for whatever reason. We're playing right now. Ryan from wouldn't be a combat culture stream without technical difficulties. Steve, how about you play a little please stand by message?
All right, we're gonna please stand by here.
Everybody, Matt Ryan here, and it's Tyson and Tyson Jones night here on Combat Culture. I'm Matt Ryan. That's Harry Turjanian. This is that's not Harry Turjanian. That's Stephen. I'm so used to it at this point.
I'm certainly not Harry Turjanian. I don't look like a diner owner, so there's that.
And I'm just talking with the home base and
just making sure everything is
everything's
good to go.
Copacetic. We had a really great live audience, and we're glad everybody's here with us. I'm Matt Ryan, and as I said before, that's Stephen James. Harry Turjanian not with us this week, which you know, he's got things to do. He's got people to see. We don't. So we're here talking the fights with you. I am supremely excited for this, Steve. I am supremely excited for this fight tonight. It's Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. in what could be the dumbest possible thing we've ever dealt with.
Yeah, growing up as a kid, Iron Mike Tyson was everything, even down to Punch-Out, the Nintendo game. So now I get to see Tyson back in perhaps the fight no one asked for except for Roy Jones Jr. Yeah, I'm definitely excited for this.
Several $1 million asked for this fight.
Fair enough.
That's what it was.
Can I get 10 points? 10 points. Oh, man. Yeah, I'm definitely excited for this. As we continue to get going.
Yeah,
here.
so what happened is we're using a software, and the software died upon the moment we hit live. And for whatever reason, it didn't port the settings. And this is very nerdy, sports nerdy talk. But as soon as we hit live, the software completely pinated.
As per usual, as it's wont to do in some cases. Yes. Shout out to Open Broadcast Software.
And it's not even their, it's not even their fault. It's not even their fault. We've got some people in the chat so far. Hey, it's Jesse Lee. Hey, Jesse, how are you, buddy? William Post. We've got Brian Holmes saying they're dumb people. KJ Kicks in the YouTube chat saying they're just going to just be talking. Yes.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of what it is implied here. You know, when it says radio style play-by-play, what did you think it was going to be?
Some sort of pie fight. I assume there was going to be a pie fight.
That's later.
Really?
It's completely later.
Oh, I'm so excited.
That's the after main event.
And if you've never been on one of our shows before, if you've never taken a listen before, real simple way to go here. We're going to be calling all the fights for you as they happen from the start of the main card till the end of the night. We'll be giving our expert analysis and letting you know what exactly is going on inside the Staples Center as Mike Tyson and Roy Jones face off. But we have other fights on the card, Steve. I was about to say Harry again. I'm so conditioned.
You'll get it. Yeah, at some point.
Yeah, and Steve's not in the studio with me, so it's weird. Like, I have nothing. Like, it's just me sitting in this studio by myself, and it's very isolating. It is very weird.
It's very odd. I'm used to it here at my home studio doing the things that I do. But, yeah, for the first – you used to having Harry sitting right next to you so you can elbow him, nudge him, pour hot coffee in his face, you know.
That's exactly what we're
And the reason Harry isn't here is he has a court date. That's what it is.
Yes. For Mopery.
Yes.
We're going to be we're looking at the countdown clock now. I want to thank our friends over at Fight. That's FITE Fight. I want to thank them for supplying us the opportunity to watch the fight today and also giving you guys the opportunity to watch the fight live in the US and in Canada. You can go into the description below. It is tinyurl.com/Tyson Jones. Click that right there. If you want to watch along with us at home and you live in the US or Canada, please go to tinyurl.com/Tyson Jones and you'll be able to get the fight from our friends over at Fight TV. We know a lot about Fight TV, Steve, because you're the voice of Catalyst Wrestling, which you can watch every Wednesday night at 7:30 on Fight.
Yeah, Fight has been great to us. And remember, when you pronounce it, it's FITE. FITE. And if you don't get that joke, you might not be old enough to appreciate this fight.
I don't even know if I'm old enough to appreciate it. Camzy Go-To saying he's sipping lean.
Yes.
Good for you. Good for you.
No, I think they're talking about you. I think you're sipping lean. They were asking what are you sipping on?
I'm drinking a Too Close to Call or a contested election, which is vodka, lemon lime seltzer, and cranberry cocktail.
Nice. All right. I'm drinking a jug of water to the face like a savage.
That sounds like you. That sounds like you. Oh, God. Andrew Zarian's intern Deacon is watching.
Oh, no.
Ugh. That man, I've met him. He smells like warm milk and dirty hot dog water.
So most of Philadelphia.
Yes.
We welcome your letters.
But we will be getting there are other fights here, Steve, that we have going tonight. We've got for the vacant WBC US and BC silver lightweight title, Jermaine Ortiz walking in with an unblemished record of 13-0 with 7 KOs, going up against Suleiman Sagawa, and that's of the most recent card. If it changes, well, them's the breaks. Card subject to change, who is 13-2-1 with 4 knockouts in his career. And then we have an actual boxer. I know, Steve, Badu Jack, the Ripper from Sweden, will be facing off against someone who looks like GSP if he was on TRT, Blake McInerney, who is 13-0. That will be your legitimate boxing co-main event. And then for the circus co-main event, it will be Jake Paul. It's every day, bro. It's every day, bro.
Not Logan Paul, the other one.
Not Logan Paul, the other one. Yes, Logan Paul. No, Jake Paul, not Logan Paul.
Yeah.
Not the Suicide Forest one, the other one.
Although stepping into the ring with Nate Robinson might put him in that forest if he loses.
Yes, three-time NBA Slam Dunk champion, a member of our New York Knickerbocker basketball squadron for, I believe, all three of those wins. Played for a variety of teams in the NBA. I think he was in Oklahoma City Thunder at some point. He's been out of the league for a little while, but it's going to be interesting to see how that all breaks down tonight on in our co-main event.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because while Jake Paul does have a fight under his belt, Nate Robinson is, and as he said in the build-up here, is the first quote-unquote athlete he's going to be fighting against. There's been a lot made about the competition that Jake Paul had and whether or not he can go toe-to-toe with an athlete, as Nate Robinson has repeatedly said. Both of them, got to say, in great shape. Nate Robinson at 36 years old, looking like a stud too. 23 years old for Jake Paul.
And it's weird that he's only 36. Like, that's the weird thing about it, is because Nate Robinson was in our collective unconsciousness as New Yorkers for pretty much the entire 2000s.
Yes.
And it was really confusing. And
that's because we were drunk for most of it.
You were what now?
That's because we were drunk for most of it, especially as Knicks fans.
That's fair. Well, yes, you have to be to get through that goddamn thing. But it is interesting to see that. And, Jake Paul, we are going to roast the shit out of him tonight because that is what you want. And that's what we want as Americans, to roast the unliving consciousness out of him. But he's a talent. He's an athlete. He is a college athlete. Pardon me, not a college athlete. He dropped out of high school, but he was a high school wrestler. He was a competitive boxer. I believe he trained boxing while in high school, played football. So he's an athlete. He has also fought before. He's got one pro fight and one non-pro fight. So it'll be interesting to see how these two athletes face off. And then obviously we have the main event. The pay-per-view is just starting right now. It is officially 9 o'clock on the Eastern Standard Time Zone. So we are getting ready for this on pay-per-view. And Deacon, it's Catalyst Wrestling, not the other one. Not the other one.
Not the other one. Redacted.
And this is being sponsored by Triller, which is an app. I don't know what Triller does, but they are the presenting sponsor for this fight. There's not a lot to really understand about everything else outside of this fight. Like, Steve, when I messaged you last week about this, what was running through your mind? Like, okay, this is a gig, or were you actually legitimately excited for this?
I'm actually legitimately excited for this because, as a kid growing up with the heavyweight division in its, I would say that it's the last golden age of the heavyweights, even though some would argue that right now there's a bit of a resurgence in the division. Seeing something like this and having Tyson and Roy Jones, two of the greatest of all time, go head-to-head, I'm excited. How can you not be?
Yeah.
I mean, I know the rules are a little convoluted and have kind of tampered some people's expectations, but the build-up to this has been so fantastic. The mini documentaries that they've been doing have been fantastic, and to see the light in both of these men's eyes light up again and just, have that fire in them that you hear about fighters only wanting to fight, it's good to see.
And also, it's an interesting experience because it is Mike Tyson hasn't fought in 15 years. So we got to start that out. And also the Staples Center looking like the WWE Thunderdome for whatever reason. Just a little frightening. Nobody's fought yet. Mario Lopez is the host, so you could have either had us,
Mario Lopez,
James, or Mario Lopez, stud and star of the Saved by the Bell reboot.
Oh, man.
Jesse Lee for asking, we are literally at the beginning of this Fakakta pay-per-view. We're getting ready for the start of the main card here. Thanks to the Red Gamer for explaining what we've been explaining for the past 15 minutes. We feel like we have to repeat it ad nauseum.
And also, thank you to Cheese Sticks.
Yes. Just for no reason whatsoever. But hey, Steve, did you know that there are artists appearing on this card that are performing?
We've tried that before.
Oh, yeah, we have. Lil Wayne was supposed to be on the card, but he is no longer appearing. We have YG, Wiz Khalifa, and
Oh,
St.
okay.
John and French Montana will be appearing on tonight's program.
Well,
Not for us, for them.
anytime Tyson fights, especially then, but even now, it shows the star power. It was always a cultural event for not only boxing, but for pop culture. It just became something that everybody rallied around. It's like, oh, Tyson's fighting. We got to get the pay-per-view. Everyone knowing that during his prime, it might not last, more than 4 minutes if you were lucky, but people still went to it because they wanted to see him fight. And
it's a cultural event.
Yeah, the numbers. I wonder what the numbers will be when it's all said and done. Because if I'm not mistaken, the preview numbers, the pre-buys were out of control.
Allegedly, they are the biggest. And looking at Mauro Ranallo with the longish hair,
Nice.
him looked much like myself. Gave up during quarantine. We both said fuck it and let it grow.
He looks like a majestic horse.
And he's joined by Israel Adesanya and Sugar Ray Leonard. Wow. That's what we're competing with, Steve. Mauro Ranallo, Israel Adesanya, and Sugar Ray fuck Leonard.
Look.
And our combined our combined New York fight record is 22-764. You getting the 22, me getting the 764.
I fought in 2 wars. It's practically the same thing.
And we are waiting for the first fight of the night, which is scheduled to be Jermaine Ortiz versus Suleiman Sagawa. Sagawa from Uganda, who began boxing in 2013, currently fights out of Silver Spring, Maryland, while the Worcester native Ortiz has had over 53% of his wins, Steve, by way of knockout.
Yeah, what's impressive is the Uganda native has yet to be stopped in a fight, so Ortiz is going to have to get on his horse and have to push the pace early.
Yeah, he's going to have to keep it. He's going to have to keep it tight, keep it within the distance. We'll go through the tail of the tape as the night progresses, but I'm looking forward to this Badou Jack fight. Badou Jack is a guy that we've seen. If you've been following, cruiserweight boxing, light heavyweight boxing, or even heavyweight boxing over the past couple of years, going, back over a decade, Badou Jack has always been a guy who's been in the mix. He's had some ups and downs over the past 5 years, including a really controversial split decision draw against Adonis Stevenson back in 2018 in Stevenson's home of Canada. And that's going to be the interesting thing here tonight when it comes to the judging of the majority of these fights. They're covered by the California State Athletic Commission, Andy Foster, the executive director there. And, when we watch MMA, Steve, when me and Harry usually do MMA cards, we always talk about the judging and how the judging can always be a little off, a little fakakta, because MMA is still a relatively young sport. It's 27, 28 years old. Like, I'm 3 years older than mixed martial arts as a concept, 4 years old technically. And you look at that, and then you look at boxing, the sport of kings, and you still have that same conversation about the issues surrounding judging. And also, it's currently 9:06 over under of the first fight going into the ring on time is out the window. The over under currently is 9:15.
Look at Jim Gray there.
Jim Gray interviewing Badou Jack. Logan Weaver, how did you guys get so grossly overweight? Alcohol and good women.
I will have you know I'm not even close to overweight, but thank you for asking.
Yeah, you're actually in shape.
I mean, shape.
In comparison to me, the bar is very low in terms of being physically fit in comparison to me. Earlier today, I was just eating leftovers that I left in the fridge.
Oh no!
Just like a disgusting human being.
See, that's the thing. I was thinking about that when you approached me about this. Is just the difference between the way athletes prepare now compared to in Tyson and Roy Jones Jr.'s primes. Just think about how much more preparation, because it looks like they're trying to turn the hands back of time. They both look in great shape. But fighters now, because a lot has been made of, oh, well, if they win here, what do you think they'll do? Will they go on to fight, professionally in anywhere else? Let's pump brakes on that a little bit. I don't think that they can maybe compete at that level, because maybe they don't understand what it takes to train like that just yet. So... new dietary concerns, you name it.
And if you want to pay for the fight tonight, if you want to buy the fight, head on over to tinyurl.com/Tyson Jones. Thanks to our friends at Fight TV. We've got a really great way for you guys to watch the fight along with us if you want us to be the commentary for this card. And this feels really... Do you remember the Ortiz-Liddell fight from 2 years ago?
Yes. It just seems...
It feels like that.
Yeah. It's a little bit like the wind out of the sails. Like, you got to remember, Roy Jones wanted this fight. This was a fight that he wanted 10 years ago. So now he's finally getting it, and we're all getting it a little after. It's like getting a Walmart brand version of this. So I don't know. I'm trying to temper expectations, but I'm also trying to retain my excitement because I know once Tyson starts his walk to the ring, once Roy Jones starts his walk to the ring, I'm going to be a kid again in that regard where it's just, I don't know. There's something about those two men, and there's something about tonight that I'm just very excited for.
Me too, exactly. Like that's the whole thing, and I was talking about this as the start of their broadcast. Roy Jones has been fighting up until 2 years ago. He fought at the Bayfront Center in 2018. Mike Tyson has not stepped inside a ring in 15 years.
2005.
And we haven't seen we've seen an evolution of Mike Tyson throughout that entire period, and you always thought about it. As a fan, you're like, what would happen if Mike Tyson got back in the ring? What would be the circumstances? Because he almost joined Pride at some point before Pride was sold. Like, that's the weird thing about it, is that Pride signed Mike Tyson to a deal. The fights just never happened. And now, 15 years later, he's on a card full of Pride-level freak fights.
But Tyson will always move the needle for people. So you could put him anywhere on any card in any context, and people will at least be curious enough to check it out. You made the point about a lot of changes as we see Wiz Khalifa performing. As a human,
because that's what the people paid their $50 for.
Exactly.
Was to watch Wiz Khalifa
in a funhouse mirror.
Unmitigated violence. Folks, we want to be calling fights.
Yes, we do.
Legit. I swear to God, it's what I love to do. Steve is one of the best play-by-play commentators in professional wrestling. I'm one of the best color commentators in professional wrestling, and probably one of the best play-by-play announcers in mixed martial arts. But at the root of it all, we're two jamokes from Brooklyn who love to watch people get punched in the face.
Yes, there's nothing better than that. The Tyson thing, we've seen him grow as a human being. A lot has been made about that. A lot has been made about, Tyson changing his attitude. He's talked about, licking the toad venom and all that, just becoming a bit more of a happy guy. You've seen Undisputed, the one-man show where he just basically, which is fabulous, by the way, if you haven't seen it.
Have you seen his podcast yet?
Yes, I've seen almost every episode. Hot Boxing with Mike Tyson. It's fantastic.
I was walking Olive, the Wonder Dog, who many of our consistent listeners like Toker88 in the chat. Love you, Toker. Glad you're here with us here tonight. I was walking Olive, the Wonder Dog, and when I was walking Olive, I was listening to the Mitch Bloodgreen story that he told Michael Rappaport, and just how wild boxing was like 25, 30 years ago.
Fighting on the streets.
And now he just beat the shit out of him in front of Dapper Dan's in Harlem. And like, I've walked by there.
That's
like,
why
Tyson's down the...
Tyson don't care.
No, and he's down the road from where we grew up. He's from Brownsville. Basically in between where you grew up, Steve, and where I grew up. I grew up in Sunset Park. Steve, you grew up right along, I forget the name of your neighborhood.
The Bensonhurst area. Bensonhurst, Gravesend.
Omerta Genetics. What a nice couple of lesbians giving us this feed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Second hairiest lesbians you'll ever see.
Yeah, that's the thing, is like, you have a strong beard, I have a goatee. Like, what's the point here? What's the point?
I don't know. Who says
well,
comedy
we're
dead?
waiting as Wiz Khalifa performs. I don't know what he's performing, but it's certainly a song. That's the thing, is like, that's the thing I hate about pay-per-view previews. Like, I hate about pay-per-views is that they take forever to get to the first fight.
It's too much preamble. Yeah.
Like a UFC pay-per-view, we usually have the over-under game where it's usually like 15 minutes, and now it's 9:13, and I swear to God, I thought Wiz Khalifa changed mics for a second.
It could have. It could have been slick.
It might have been. John Bennett saying Wiz Khalifa performs "My Heart Will Go On."
Yes, that'd be wonderful.
I would pay money to see that. I would pay good money to see that. Now it just feels like we're doing a podcast.
Right? We're just waiting for this to start. He's actually moved on to Happy Shiny People by REM.
Yes, Nick Cook saying in the chat, there's so much bullshit in the way of dudes hitting each other in the face. That's true. My dream, Steve, is that combat culture, SBN, SB Nation, whomever is in charge of us, whoever pays us, one day comes to me and says, Matt, we've been hearing your shows. We've been seeing the hundreds of thousands of people that are listening to you, and we want to let you run a fight card. First and foremost,
all fights.
What was that?
All fights.
All fights. Just a fight card in general.
Bart gun on the undercard.
Oh, just listen to what I've got for you.
Okay.
We're going to run the show in Dothan, Alabama.
All right. Good start.
All of it's going to be through the Alabama State Athletic Commission. And it will be a night of freak fights.
Oh, God.
Will there be unified rules? Maybe. Will there be boxing matches? Probably. Will there be a wrestling match in between? More than likely. But I want to do this. I want this to happen. I pray for this to happen.
So wait, who are you going to get to perform for 6 hours before? Wiz Khalifa's still going, by the way.
Yeah,
I didn't
Wiz
know
Khalifa
he had
is
this
still
many
singing.
Songs.
We have 4 boxing matches. Like, we have the equivalent of a main pay-per-view boxing card. And we've got, how much satellite time do these people have? And he's performing in front of mirrors? It looks like he's performing in a strip club in Atlanta right now.
Yeah.
This looks like the beautiful Sapphire in Midtown Manhattan, which are good friends of ours. Shout out to the Sapphire.
Yeah.
In Midtown and in the Upper East Side. Deacon, he's gonna sing the entire album. What album?
What? I mean, I'm sure there are several millions of people who enjoy Wiz Khalifa. I just don't know any of them personally.
SM Punk asking, do you really want to count Paul versus Nate a fight? It's a fight.
It's a fight.
It's technically a fight. There will be people punching.
Yes. And, Jake Paul does have a professional fight under his belt, so there's that.
Yeah.
I guess. He's still going.
This is, folks, we want there to be fights. Like, we're going to have an audience grow throughout the entire night. I do feel, as someone said, Icky Thump, I think he's playing the entire Icky Thump album by the White Stripes.
Nice. Oh, well, I would unmute for that.
Omerta Genetics saying this boxing card is actually better than tonight's UFC, and it has Jake Paul. Yeah, the UFC main event for tonight got canceled because of fucking COVID.
Ugh. Well, it seemed he had to take a quick break for the hype man in order to partake in some arugula salad, if you catch my drift. Now he's just partaking.
Allegedly, he's on Black and Yellow right now.
Ah, yes. I need you to go ahead and down that drink from Jesse Lee. It's getting there. I might need to pour myself a drink at this point. When does the Jake Paul fight start? We just want to know when any of the fights start.
Yeah.
It's coming. Now, see, if you were booking this, there would have already been a run-in.
You start with a fight. You start the fucking show with a fight.
Yeah, always. Now, don't get me wrong. I love pomp. I love circumstance. I love majesty. I love making an event seem bigger than it is. But when you start with Mario Lopez, then you go to the commentators, then you go to what is now like a 12-minute performance of Wiz Khalifa before even seeing, a video package or anything about the fighters that are on this card. That is a huge, huge mistake. It's still going. They're still doing it. Now he's coughing. He's out of breath. See, I'll do the play-by-play of this performance here. Swaying back and forth, still eating his arugula salad.
Khalifa spinning,
always
standing, holding a blunt.
Twirling towards freedom?
Yeah, forever twirling towards freedom.
All right, I think he's wrapping it up. He's changing rooms. Oh, but the lights are going crazy. I think he's segued into his 16th song of the night. Now I think he is at Sapphires.
Are we starting the fight? Yeah, it is Sapphire Purple.
Oh man. And there's sign language. He's in a room with neon signs, just trying to get it in. That's what he's doing.
I don't blame him. This is all in the Staples Center. Like, that's the thing, is that this is in the Staples Center right now.
This is a nightmare. Yeah, this is, if you guys are, they're just still performing. We're waiting on the fights to start. When the fights start, we'll call the action, but there is no action.
And John Paul McKenna saying Vasquez versus Gomez was on the undercard. We sadly don't cover the undercard because, well, why would he? Why would they put more fights on the main card? Toker88 asking Jake Paul calling out Conor McGregor already. Maybe think about that as you watch Jake fight tonight, guys. That would be a cringe scene. I want this. I want this.
If the money's there, Conor will listen. At least.
If Conor McGregor is wanting to, because of how much money he made on the Mayweather fight alone, it's just.
He's open. I think the door is open for anybody if the price is right.
Yeah. Nick Cook saying the level of fuckery is far too goddamn much. We agree.
He's still going.
We agree.
He's still going.
Now he looks like he's in Tootsie's in fucking Nashville on Broadway.
Oh my God. Yo, can he pick me up a hot chicken, though?
Yeah, I would love a hot chicken sandwich.
Oh, my God. All right, I think...
Here's a question. Here's a question from the main chat. Question from my personal instant feedback. And also our moderator saying, Steve, she misses your jackets.
Thank you. I can go get one before the fight starts.
There's a lot. We'll go through the rules of the Tyson fight as we get closer. Who do you think should perform before a boxing show?
Paul Anka.
Ooh.
A little dated reference for anybody. 10 internets to you if you know who Paul Anka is out there.
The guys get shirts. Don't make a fucking maniac out of me.
And then you get Wayne Newton on the run-in to Kanye West him.
Our moderator is saying yes, put on the jacket.
All
also,
right.
I'm wearing a shirt with a collar.
All right.
So
I'll
take a look at the chat. We've got some answers in the chat here. Shakira from Matalois. Michael West saying DMX. I would love for that. There should be an entire... You know what? If we were going to go whole hog on this, there should have been a full fucking versus. They should have done a versus. I don't know why they didn't. I don't know why you don't do a versus before this or in between the fights. Don't do the full 20 songs. But, hey, if you got Wiz Khalifa and St. John there, do a battle. Make it interesting. Make it entertaining. They took... Omerta Genetech saying they took Affliction MMA showrunner and Ozzy Osbourne for the halftime show and went bankrupt. Fair enough. Adriana Paravan saying, so all of you are just dumb and don't know when the fight is actually starting. I'm sorry. I'm not the producer of the main fucking show. I am a fat man sitting in a studio somewhere in New Jersey. And if you want to hit us up in with a super chat, we would love so if you would like to do that. Or, you know what? It's the holiday season. Let us know if you are going to be down with donating money to Toys for Tots. If you make a donation for Toys for Tots and you email us at feltfundraising@gmail.com, that's FELT fundraising@gmail.com, I will send you a signed Muppet version of Fry and Takayama. I have a print in my home that was designed by my good friend and Steve's good friend, Ben Falbo. A Muppet Fry and Takayama. We will send that to you absolutely free if you donate money to Toys for Tots. And you send that email to feltfundraising@gmail.com. And Nick Cook already saying, Steve, that's a great fucking jacket.
Thank you. Good call by our moderator to get the jacket. As we see the tail of the tape here, Mario Lopez finally going away. It looks like we're about to get underway as they're getting to the introductions in the ring.
Suleiman Sagawa as 29 years old, Ortiz 24. Both of them standing at 5'8". Ortiz with a 1-inch reach advantage at 70 inches, 133.8 pounds on the scale yesterday. As we get things rolling in California in what looks like a dystopian hellscape.
I know.
If you don't know what the WWE Thunderdome is, I would do a quick Google. There's a no three knockdown rule. Only the referee can stop the fight. Scorecards after 4 rounds. They cannot be saved by the bell in any round. This is our first fight of the night, and it will be for the vacant WBC US NBC Silver Lightweight title.
Ray Corona
Scott
going to be the
Gordon
referee
saying,
here.
I've been waiting all day for you idiots. Scott Gordon, yes, and we love you fat guys in New Jersey. Well, we love you too. Take a look at the chat. Ray Corona is your referee assigned by the California State Athletic Commission. John Paul McKenna on Facebook saying, Fry versus Takayama was a crazy hockey fight of an MMA fight. Don Fry just did an interview with DJ Vlad. That's an interesting conversation. And we're getting ready for our first fight of the night. We want to thank everybody watching us on the MMA Mania and Bloody Elbow Facebook pages. We want to thank the guy watching us on the Combat Culture Twitch channel, everybody watching us on MMA Mania and Bloody Elbow, everybody watching us on the MMA Mania Periscope, and also everybody watching us on the mothership of Combat Culture.
Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? I could tell you, but I would have to kill you. A friend of mine is confused and thinks you are Hillbilly Jim. That coming from SM Punk. As the referee is giving his instructions to both men here, they touch gloves.
Shout out to Brody Suture, who just subbed to the channel. Drop a super chat in there, why don't you? Ortiz calling himself the Technician. That's on his tights. Ortiz in white trunks with black trim, and Sagawa in a golden black ensemble.
Now feeling each other out.
Ring is very small. There is not a lot of room in that ring. Smaller than most boxing rings. And here we go with round number 1. Round 1 of 8 3-minute rounds.
Now both men feeling each other out.
Sagawa controlling the center of the ring. We are at the
and Ortiz, Staples Center. A flurry there. The Technician, good counter, 1-2 by Sagawa. Still feeling each other out. 2:15 left in the first.
And now clinched by Sagawa. Tried to go for a left hook. Did not land.
Just missed.
Right jab. Shot to the body by Sagawa. Quick.
Just missing.
1-2 combination landing by Sagawa with that left hook once again. Trying to control the center. Now a headlock applied by Ortiz. Shot to the body by Sagawa. Minute 49 left to go in round number 1 of 8 for the vacant.
To answer your question, no headgear. No headgear. There's
no headgear. These are legit fights. This is a legitimate boxing match. Right jab not landing by Sagawa, following that one up with a left hook that almost got him in the back of the head.
Ortiz looking a little bit slower than Sagawa in the early going, but both men coming out firing. And now the headlock returned. The trading holds.
Headlock City, baby.
Oh, downstairs, both men exchanging. Still feeling each other out in the center of the ring.
This is a rhythm round. This is a get-to-know-you round. Overhand right, and then another, almost a key bar attempt. A lot of clinching from Ortiz here in round 1, Steve. really trying to feel out the more experienced fighter. Shot to the body. Now body shots, overhand right landed. Ortiz trying to land a right hand. Can't get it on the jab. 33 seconds left to go in round number 1. Trying to find a rhythm. Missing twice with the left jab did Ortiz. Now Sagawa pressuring Ortiz. Sagawa pressuring Ortiz against the ropes. 23 seconds left to go. And the more experienced Sagawa, the man with blemishes on his record, really winning here in round number 1. Ortiz looking a little confused, trying to use the fastness of his jab, but not really connecting. Once again, landing. I think the smaller ring is affecting them, Steve. And then once again, the grappling. When we're in MMA, we're used to grappling, we're used to takedowns, but that here in boxing, that don't fly. And we will go to the end of round number 1.
Yeah, it's like you said, they're really just feeling each other out at this point, trying to find, their distance, getting their range, getting their feet moving, just kind of shaking off the rust a little bit.
And they go to the corners here. Steve, what is your take on round number 1?
Again, they're just feeling each other out. They're trying to find a pace. I think Sagawa got it early on, but then Ortiz started pushing the pace more and more. You're right about the ring being small. It's kind of throwing me off. Yeah. Plus, the presentation has been very strange as far as how they're filming it. If I may go into the television production side, it does look fake. It looks staged.
So for those not watching, it is surrounded by LED light walls. There is no audience inside the Staples Center. So it's surrounded by LED walls. There's no air. There's no feeling that you're inside the Staples Center. If you watch the Emmys, it feels very reminiscent of the way the Emmys were set up. There's a very small ring. There's a Titantron or a scoreboard above it with a row of lights as we get started with round number 2. Low shots to the body by Sagawa, not necessarily landing here in the early going of round number 2.
Just getting his reach still. As they show the stats on the screen, Sagawa landing 26% of his punches opposed to Ortiz's 24% here.
And you're not gonna see a lot of volume landing here. In MMA, we're used to high volume landing, high volume punching. In boxing, you're gonna see a lot more punches thrown.
That overhand just missed by Sagawa. Backing Ortiz into the corner here.
The pressure game here is what is Sagawa's strong suit. The keeping the pressure, trying to make sure Ortiz blinks. If you watch the Teofimo Lopez and Vasily Lomachenko fight just over a month and a half ago, that was the key to the entire fight, was Lopez using the pressure, making sure that, Lomachenko wasn't able to get quality shots off. And that's what Sagawa is doing. He's keeping the pressure. He's keeping Ortiz on his back foot. Ortiz successful there in the clinch D with 2 right hands, both men standing in the center of the ring, pivoting around, right hand landed by Sagawa, 2 right hands to the body by Ortiz, both men standing in the center of the ring again with minute 43 left to go in round number 2 of 8. Left hook landed by Ortiz, but a glancing blow. Both guys throwing shots here. Inefficient boxing from both fighters, but Sagawa trying to keep the pressure and the pace and keeping Ortiz on his back foot. And in the clinch again, Ortiz getting shots to the body by Sagawa.
And again, just measuring each other out. Now Ortiz pushing the pace, backing up Sagawa. Now a little role reversal as Sagawa now shoving off Ortiz. No man really landing anything significant. A couple of exchanges, but nothing of note here. Back into the clinch. Oh, good exchange coming out of the clinch. Oh, Ortiz caught him with one while backing up. But Sagawa unfazed.
Gets him in the clinch again, pushing him off, and Sagawa returning with that pressure, Steve. Right-left combination landed by Sagawa. Ortiz trying to go over the top with a right hand, not landing. Quick right jab landed, followed up by 2 by Sagawa. Ortiz trying to maintain positioning in this fight. The clinch again by Sagawa. Sagawa using the clinch the same way Ortiz did in round number 1, but more effective as he's been able to dictate the pace.
And now both men at the end of this round pushing the pace, just missing.
Some heavy hands coming out of that round, Steve, as we go to round number 2.
And now you see the nod of respect on the face of Sagawa and Ortiz while sitting in the corner. Now, all right, here, almost to say, all right, we're cooking now. Jake is not fighting right now.
Jake Paul will be not fighting. Won't be fighting later. Scott Gordon saying, I liked it better when you two were in the same studio. We both would like that idea a lot more.
Yes.
But certain circumstances limited that as we go to round number 3 for tonight's card. And now just waiting for the opportunity right to the body by Sagawa, followed up by 2 to the face. Did not land. And this ring is ungodly smaller. And
18 by 18?
No, that is not an 18 by 18. That's like a 12 by 12. It is a really small ring. Boxing rings are usually 22, 24-foot monoliths. This ring is way too small for my liking. And a shout out to Madalus's friend who is listening to this from the Nashville to Sarasota. That is a journey, my friend.
Ooh, and just missing was Sagawa with a strong left hand, just missing. Trying to set it up with the jab.
Trying to find any rhythm at all here, Steve.
Both men doing a very good job at times, pushing the momentum. But look at the power of Sagawa as Ortiz tried to push him around, but to no avail, just shoving him back. Just not yielding the center of the ring. Neither one of these men right now in round number 3. Oh, combination by Ortiz. Now Sagawa is backing up. And again, back to the headlocks. But when they make that break, they got to be careful.
SM Punk saying it's a small-ass ring. However, I could see it as an 18 by 18. We've seen some 18 by 18s in our day, Steve.
Yes, quite a
few.
few.
The ring we use at Catalyst is an 18 by 18.
I think
that is not.
I think at one show that I went to as a fan, it was probably a 6 by 6.
Yeesh.
Postage stamp.
And Ortiz pressed up against the rope. Sagawa laying some heavy leather, but Ortiz fighting back, and now he's pushing Sagawa into the buckle, and overhand left and an old body shot by Sagawa, getting him back in. This with 1:09 left to go, and we've got some leather being thrown by these two men.
Looks like a little bit of blood underneath the nose of Ortiz now.
And he got caught with a right hook to the jaw as soon as you said that, Steve. And Ortiz now covering up, hits an overhand right. He's got to keep his hands up. He might be feeling he's winning this round, but he's got to keep the pressure going. Sagawa won round 1. Round 2 is a toss-up for me, but the final 45 seconds of this round is going to really decide for me who's up 2-1.
And Sagawa trying to corner him. Oh, nails him with a right hand. But Ortiz pushing forward, using that opportunity to get low.
He lowered his shoulder and pressed right on in. Shot to the body and shot to the head by Sagawa with 27 seconds left to go in round number 3 of 8.
Now they're slinging.
Yeah, they're going to be throwing leather for the final couple of seconds of this round.
But Ortiz, again, keeping his hands down here.
That's the sign of someone who's waiting to get knocked out.
But caught with a right hook again on the chin is Sagawa. Ortiz lighting him up.
And Ortiz will probably be stealing this round, Steve.
Oh, at the end of the round there, Ortiz putting the pressure on. Sagawa with no answer there. He looked potentially a little bit gassed there. A lot of big breaths as we see the corners here. Chuck Berg saying he's got 2 racks on Tyson.
That's a thing. That's a take.
Hey.
That's a take.
What kind of lamb is it?
Double guns.
Fuck yeah.
Shout out to everybody watching us across the Combat Culture Syndication Network. Start of round number 4. Ortiz missing with a right jab to start off the round. And Sagawa, right hand to the body, pressing Ortiz against the ropes. And for whatever reason, the Chirons are not showing the percentages of punches landed.
Yeah.
And great movement by Sagawa, Steve.
Wow.
Going right under, just pivoting up and under, basically doing a rope drill to ensure that he did not get punched by Sagawa.
Yeah, and
by Ortiz, pardon me.
Trying to close the distance. That seems to be the story now at the end of the last round and now at the beginning of the fourth round here is Ortiz trying to lure him in and then using that jab to set up as Sagawa comes in with that right hand.
And Ortiz has won over 53% of his fights by knockout. He's 13-0 with 7 knockouts. His last win was in February by TKO. And now Sagawa feeling a little slower, taking a little bit of his time here with under 2 minutes to go in the round, missing with 2 straight uppercuts, eating a jab by Ortiz, and now trying to go for 1-2 combos. The shot to the body missed. Ortiz landing with a hook to the head, a right hook.
It just feels like there's no pop from Sagawa right now.
I think he gassed his tank. I think he's been overexerting himself. He felt like he had the early lead, and now Ortiz just piling on the punches. Landed a 1-2 in the corner. Sagawa eating a shot to the body and then a jab to the face, throwing a jab of his own with a right hand to the face of Ortiz.
He's in trouble in this corner here. Oh, getting tagged.
It is going to be a long night at the office for Sagawa if he keeps it up this way, Steve.
Ortiz really pushing the pace again. I mean, so far, this round is all Ortiz.
The only thing right now that Sagawa can hope for is to land his 5th knockout. Only a quarter of his wins. He's had 4 knockout wins of his 13 wins. He's had 1 draw and 2 knockouts.
Still a lot.
2 losses.
A lot of boxing left, though.
Yeah, we're just about halfway through of our first fight. And Sagawa last fought in January, so he has been out of the ring longer than Ortiz, who last fought in February. That's really not that big of that's not really that big of a difference. But when you look at what's been going on over the past few months, that month does matter.
And Ortiz almost playing with Sagawa there.
Because Ortiz has found the rhythm now. The rhythm has been found by Ortiz. That's what he's going to be looking for the entire night for the rest of this fight. He's going to keep his hands down, but he has figured out the rhythm of Sagawa, and he's going to try to carry this through until the end of this fight, and he might be able to finish it.
Sagawa just looks like he's trying to make it to the end of the round at this point.
Yeah, he's going to need that minute breather. Nick Cook saying it in the chat, Sagawa looking empty in the tank. That is a fair thing to say.
Nick Ortiz also saying that Ortiz is definitely out-punching him, but it's smarter punches. It's more not wasting his full energy, using the jab to set up everything else as opposed to just swinging wildly here.
And you can see there's a little bit of blood coming from Ortiz's nose as he is in the corner. Right now, Ortiz is a minus 590 favorite against Sagawa. The next fight is a minus 2... 67% of people, according to DraftKings, are betting on Badu Jack to beat Blake McInerney. I can see that.
And we may.
But yeah, right now, Jake Paul, a minus 177 favorite to a plus 333. Mike Tyson is a minus 225 favorite. Roy Jones Jr. is a plus 500 underdog to win by knockout, TKO, or DQ. And there is Jake Paul getting ready as he makes his way into the Staples Center, looking like a right wanker.
It looks like he was wearing the Predator mask.
Well, you gotta accessorize for situations like this. As we begin round number 5, we are into the scorecards now. So if this fight stops, we will go to the scorecards. This is an official fight. Ortiz in the corner, eats an overhand left, 2 overhand lefts, and a shot to the body by Sagawa. Sagawa trying to keep things going here. Matt Ryan, Stephen James calling the action for you across the Combat Culture Network. And now Ortiz looking a little worse for a shot to the body by Sagawa.
Sagawa needed that. He needed to push the pace, come out strong, even if just to send a message to Ortiz that this fight is far from over.
but missing an overhand right. And now they change places like it's Alice in Wonderland. And Sagawa now trying to regain that momentum he had just a mere few seconds ago as he tries to pressure Ortiz into the corner, and Ortiz bouncing on his feet.
Ortiz trying to make Sagawa move, trying to drain that energy reserve that it looks like Sagawa was getting a second win there. But if Sagawa has to chase and get on his horse this whole fight, that could become a factor.
It's going to be a long night for anybody. It's going to be a long night for either of these fighters if they make it out of this round. Sagawa controlled the first round. It's been back and forth since then. And now a referee will call for a stop, check the head. Check both fighters. Did the face-off touch to Ortiz as we go on here with 90 seconds left to go in the round. Both men landing straight right hands. Two quick rights by Ortiz, followed up by a flurry by Sagawa, landing a right jab, not landing the overhand lefts. Ortiz piling on the punches, but now finds himself in the corner. The referee's ass is in our way, but Sagawa pressuring Ortiz again into the opposite corner of this baby ring.
Exchanging hands here, heavy hands. It looks like now finally this fight is settling into a groove. Both men now kind of slowing down, sitting in the pocket a little bit more, which could lead to some fireworks.
And it feels like Sagawa is timing Ortiz's punches because he's finding 1-2 duck under. But a quick jab on the left-hand side by Ortiz. Sagawa now pressuring Ortiz into the corner again. Through a quick left to pivot out of there. But Ada left by Sagawa. Missing an overhand right. Did Sagawa clinching up again. The referee will break him up and will reset with 32 seconds left to go in round number 5.
Referee having to keep the peace here.
20 seconds left to go in the round. Missing with that right hand. Ortiz pressuring Sagawa. Sagawa finding a way to miss with a right. Tried to miss with a right again.
Needs a
Ortiz
flurry at
on
the
his
end.
bicycle.
Somebody, I don't really know how to call this round here.
I would give it, in terms of momentum, if I'm looking at the way this fight was controlled, it would be a 10-9 round for Sagawa, in my opinion. Ortiz coming on strong at the end, but for me, it's Sagawa. And if you are watching us and you are delayed, you may want to pause it because we're watching this on the internet with a delay, and you guys are watching it at the same time as we're watching it, and you're watching us on a delay. If it was 1-to-1 streaming, Nick Cook saying in the chat that he went with Sagawa.
I felt like Sagawa came out. He needed that. He needed that round. The beginning of that round was definitely Sagawa's, but I think the momentum started rolling in the direction of Ortiz as they show the replay of both men sticking each other here. Bam, with Sagawa with a three-punch combination. So Sagawa might have stole this round here towards the tail end as well.
And if you want to be a part of the conversation, be sure to hit us up in the chat. We'll be on the chat all night long. I'm Matt Ryan. That's Stephen James. We're bringing you the action via the Combat Culture Streaming Network. And if you're joining us from across the world, we're glad you're with us. If you're watching us in North America or Canada, go to tinyurl.com/Tyson Jones to watch the fight along with us. We are in round number 6 of 8, Steve. And right now, it feels like anybody's fight, even though it probably isn't.
For all intents and purposes, if this fight was to end right now, Ortiz would be the victor here. But Sagawa late stole that round, so there's still 2 more rounds of boxing left to be had. So it is anybody's fight at this point.
And my stream acting a little wonky. Thanks, Internet.
Yeah, I was a little bit ahead of you there as it's 2 minutes in the 6th round here. Ortiz backing Sagawa into the corner, now clenching. Push off there by Sagawa. But Ortiz, again, dictating the pace, trying to move Sagawa back. Little pep in his step, which was lacking in the last round. Trying to make Sagawa miss. Feeling him out with that jab. As a jab lands by Sagawa.
And that jab has been the key for both fighters in this fight to really establish shots, Steve. land the jab, set up the combinations, do whatever you can. And there's 2 right jabs by Ortiz, and Sagawa just going for straight uppercuts, trying to land anything he can in a back and forth fight.
Nails him with the left hand, though. Both men slinging now.
Fighting fire with fire. Not a lot of time left in this one to decide the vacant WBC USNBC Silver Lightweight title. It's our first of 4 fights here tonight on Combat Culture. And a shout out to Best of House Official watching us from Paris, France. Bonjour.
Yeah. I was reaching for something French to say that I know, but there wasn't any. So.
As we head towards the end of round number 6.
Shot to the body by Ortiz. A little bit on the belt.
Cornering Sagawa again.
Warning Sagawa to get those punches up.
Shot with a right hand. Now going 1-2 combination by Ortiz. Landing to the body. Sagawa just trying to dip and dodge his way out of the way. Right hand and a shot to the body. Missing by Sagawa in a 1-2 combination to end the round.
And while both men were exchanging that entire round, I must say, the man who dictated the pace, who moved the pace of the fight, Ortiz, a lot is made about, in mixed martial arts, about octagon control and the perception of controlling the space. I think Ortiz here, the perception here is that he has cut off the ring. He has moved Sagawa almost at will at this point. So that's where I see the fight right now.
Yeah, no, it's all about how can he make these last 2 rounds impactful. We take a look at some of the replays here from the last round. That right to the face. Ortiz gets too cocky, opens himself up to shots, will keep his hands down, and we see a lot of that in boxing as we enter into round 7. A lot of fighters who want to be confident, want to be cocky, want to show that they've got that big dick energy, but they'll open themselves up to some serious shots and cost them a round or 2.
Not everyone's Ali.
No. And Ortiz immediately gets cornered again by Sagawa. He likes fighting out of a corner. And I don't get it.
He starts there and then seems to start pushing back. He uses that jab to push him back and then gains the control. In the early parts of the rounds where he's been more successful is by making Sagawa move early.
And once again in the corner, Ortiz jabs his way out of there, standing in the center of the ring, 2:23 left to go in the round. Overhand right landed by Ortiz, trying to find a rhythm shot to the body. A left hand landed by Sagawa. Right hands quickly landed by Ortiz in the white with blue gloves, and Sagawa in the black with black gloves, black and gold, and some sort of a battle skirt. And an overhand right landed by Sagawa. Ooh. Right hand to the face, and now shots to the body, trying to gain control with a clinch. Right hand by Ortiz to the body. Straight right jabs trying to break through the defenses of Ortiz, and Ortiz again against the ropes. Eats a shot to the body by Sagawa. A right hook to the body, and now a quick combination by Sagawa. I almost thought he was going to throw a pride knee there in that clinch.
Sagawa really, really pushing the action here. And that's going to start to wear on Ortiz as this fight gets into the later round.
And Ortiz just throwing right hooks, right uppercuts, and not landing any of them with 1:23 in the round, standing in the center of the ring, missing with an overhand right, missing with a, left and then right, as Sagawa tees off on the body, and Ortiz landing a couple of punches, including a beautiful right jab to the face, but then immediately goes back to the corner.
Back to the corner,
He likes fighting out of a corner, and if I'm his corner right now, I'd hate to use the same word over and over again, but if I'm his team, I'm wondering, why does he keep doing that? He has no space to move. There's no real pivot room with 53 seconds left to go. Doing the Ali shuffle and missing with a right jab to Ortiz, trying to go for the body, hits a stiff uppercut to the head, and that's it. It's over.
It's done.
This one's probably over. Sagawa being asked by the official, he is on wobbly legs, a standing 8 count. And Sagawa, with 35 seconds, will put his mouthpiece back in. He got hit hard with an uppercut right to the temple. Went low. Ortiz went high with it. with 24 seconds left to go in the round. We keep fighting.
The timing. And now Ortiz not wanting that corner anymore as he's pushing the action. He's looking to finish here. Now backing Sagawa into the corner.
Sagawa bouncing off the ropes, and Ortiz lays in a few more shots, and this one is over.
This is it. That's it.
Jermaine Ortiz will get his 8th knockout and his 14th win as a professional fighter, and he'll walk away with the WBC USNBC Silver Lightweight title. What a effort by Sagawa, though, who was looking like he was winning the fight through a few parts of that, Steve, and just finding a way to be consistent in this fight against a younger, a flashier fighter in Ortiz. But Ortiz just finding that power late, finding it in the 7th round, knowing when to turn it on, and lit the lamp and got the victory.
It really just seemed like there was more in the tank there with Ortiz because, Sagawa through portions of the fight looked like he was gassed, looked like he was on weaker legs. And while we saw towards the middle half of that fight, Sagawa kind of clawing his way back, by the end of each round, Ortiz just seemed to have more in him, throwing punches in bunches, but dictating the pace. You talked about him wanting to get into the corner. I think the only explanation that I could think of was hoping that Sagawa would throw and miss and counterpunch from there. That's the only logical explanation I could think of. But it worked for him, and he's got the W.
He was waiting for that shot all night. He was waiting for Sagawa to dip low enough to open up that right side, because it was a right hook right to the head that sent him down, and then it was just the left hand, left to the jaw, and then beat him about the body. It was just great body shots that they just showed on the replay, just up, up, up into the rib cage, and the referees turned out the lights and the party was over.
Had to, no choice, because after that first shot right there, you could see the lights are out. That's just instinct right there, trying to cover up as best as he can. The technician scoring the victory.
That was a fun first fight. Nice way to get our sea legs, Steve.
Absolutely. All I got to say is, Nick Cook, I don't appreciate you going and showing me up. I say I can't think of anything in French, and he's like, oh, this fight has a je ne sais quoi that I'm really about. I see you, Nick. I was on your side. I was with you. I thought you were team me.
Je parle français. Comment ça va?
Oui, oui.
You gonna start singing Run the Jewels?
I don't know. As we see the title presentation there and the statistics here, 426 punches thrown by Ortiz, landing 121 for a 28 percentage, and 579. Oh, considerably more punches thrown, but not a significant number landed more.
And let's take a look at the power punches. 92 landed by Ortiz, 228 thrown for a 40% land rate. For Sagawa, it was 362 thrown, 111 landed, 31%. So Ortiz landing 9% more of its power punches. And we saw that that was really the key tonight for Ortiz, was landing those power punches, finding the rhythm, knowing when exactly to drop in there and punch, just land the right shots to get the victory.
And now, let's see. Who do you think? Do we think we get another fight? Or do we get a promo? Are we going to get another performance
right here? Right now, they're in a DraftKings commercial.
Yeah.
But, yeah, let's ask the chat. Hey, guys, what do you think is next? Is it a fight or a song? We see Mario Lopez here, looking very suave, looking very debonair and handsome.
Because the last fight is still in the ring right now, as they finish the title presentations and everyone's exiting. They're probably doing some press as they go to French Montana, not to be confused with French Toast or Hannah, Montana.
Yes, or Equatorial Montana.
Yes, which is right next to Equatorial Kundu. It's an annex.
Metolus was right. I'm going with a bunch of fluff and stuff, which was our tag team name for a brief period when Steve and I worked for Georgia Championship Wrestling in '79.
He was the fluff. I was the stuff. You love to see it.
I was Fluff Daddy.
Fluff Daddy. And I was the stuff God, boo. Where's the boo button? Actually, I have one. And now the board is delayed. There we go. I was gonna say I was the stuff muffin.
Ugh.
Oh, yours wasn't any better. Although you did say it correctly.
They know I'm terrible. You're new here.
Yes. I are the
You're
best.
You're the new kid.
Johnny come lately?
Yes. Jeff Jones saying, "Wish your cameras weren't all glitchy." Trust me, we went through like tech for like 3 hours.
Unfortunately, this is the nature of the beast. It'll get better. It'll go down. We had anticipated being in the same room together, but unfortunately, circumstances on my end could not allow that, folks. So I apologize for that myself. But I do have cheese sticks here, so there's that.
Steve's actually preparing for a freak fight on our upcoming freak fight card.
That's true. That's true. I don't know if I'm the freak or the freak. I will wear a oddities t-shirt though.
Please. Did they ever have merch?
I don't think so. I think they just wore a bunch of South Park stuff to the ring.
For the most part, and Hawaiian shirts.
Yes. Rain Will 05 saying Tyson gonna dust Jones like an old lamp.
Zachary Goodwin asking what's in the cup, Matt. Well, it's a rocks glass. It's not a cup, so first of all, I'm classy. But it is vodka, lemon lime seltzer, and cranberry juice. And if you are any of those providers and you would like to give me money, you could follow me on Twitter at mryanconsulting. Steve, where can they find you on social media to give you money?
At Grapple Talker on Twitter and on Instagram, or twitch.tv/HM Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings from 9 to 11.
And you can find me every Wednesday at 11:30 on the SBR channel, YouTube channel, breaking down UFC fights. You can find me in my house every other day, walking my dog in various places, and dressing like French Montana with a fanciful jacket. That is a fancy, Steve, you got to say that's a top-notch jacket he's dancing in.
Oh, yeah. I could go get my fur coat and match him, but, I think that's a little too much, as I'm being told by Jesse Lee. So they made you put on that jacket. I think you were fine the way you were.
Well, you're fine anyway, baby.
Ooh, sing it sweetly to me. You're talking about cups. I actually have a Holy Grail from Monty Python's and the Holy Grail.
Of course you do.
It's over there next to the wonderful gift that you and your producer gave me, a nice bottle of Boulette, which I have yet to crack open. I'm waiting for a special occasion.
Well, this is not a special occasion?
You know what? You convinced me.
And a shout out to Chuck Esselman out in the Yukon. Whitehorse, Yukon, Canada. We got people watching us in the Yukon. If you're watching from faraway places, please let us know. Yeah, Mike Tyson making $10 million for this fight, Steve. What would you do for $10 million? Oh, he just walked away. But Xavier Burton, what's going on to you in the chat? Omer Genenick saying, I want to see that old 37 bathroom, 2 white tigers. Mike Tyson. Who does, that's the interesting thing about this fight tonight is, we don't know what we're going to see out of Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. They're not wearing headgear. The rules have continued to change. And I have an odd feeling that Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. are not going to follow the rules of the California State Athletic Commission. I think that's not going to be what happens tonight. Then Matola is saying in the chat, it's really hard to decipher. I've read the rules, watched the interviews. They seem split on if they're going to allow. People are going to be punched in the face. Harry with 3 R's. I didn't see your comment. So if you want to repost that, please go ahead. I did not see it, my friend. So I will look at that again. WM saying, I want blood. Who doesn't want blood? Steve, who doesn't want blood tonight? Like Chuck Eshelman saying, I hope an ear gets bit. They just showed David Brenner on the TV.
Yeah, they're showing a fantastic package here of Tyson. I mean, I would love to see, folks, while I'm trying to remain excited, you do have to temper your expectations. You're not getting 1988 Tyson. You know what I mean? You're not getting prime Tyson. You're not getting prime Roy Jones Jr. You're getting two Legendary fighters coming back to smash meat together. I realized the phrasing of that was probably poor. Or
but it was
excellent.
effective.
And cheers to everyone here. With my
Mazel tov, my friend.
Monty Python Holy Grail ceramic mug.
Omerta Genetics saying, don't shit on my dreams.
Don't shit on my dreams. Look, everyone has shit on all of our dreams. I got to watch Mario Lopez here.
Look, I'm just saying, if any boxing or mixed martial arts group out there wants to hire us to call a fight, just everybody in our crew to hire a fight.
BB wondering if DMT is allowed.
I don't know. They passed their VADA test, so I don't know. And now they're just talking about weed on the TV. Okay.
We like to call it arugula salad here.
Ooh. Chuck Eshelman was right. That first fight did rock. I was a big fan of that first fight, not seeing any of those fighters before. But when you have two hungry fighters, you're going to see, and their biggest fight of their career. They're on pay-per-view. They're on a fucking Tyson fight. I don't think half of these guys were adults when Tyson was last in the ring. So you look at that, and that's got to be a pretty cool experience for them and a pretty big moment for them.
And now they show LL Cool J on the screen. Now, while the pomp and the circumstance with the Wiz Khalifa thing was a little bit too long, I do understand why they're doing it, which is what I was talking about and we were talking about earlier on. This is a cultural thing. This is something that especially if you grew up in the 80s, or like separate of being a boxing fan, Mike Tyson was a bona fide celebrity. It was an event to watch him beat the crap out of people. And we're seeing that now. We're seeing people pay homage to it. We're seeing how they're trying to make this feel as much of a cultural event as humanly possible.
And that's the thing. I saw people in the chat before we went on the air, and I was talking about paying $50 to see Tyson fight for 90 seconds. People paid $80 to watch Tyson fight for like 5 seconds or a round or 2 rounds. That was you paid for a Tyson fight to see what Mike Tyson would do.
What's crazy is I know a lot of people who have not bought a pay-per-view or a boxing fight in any regard in a very long time, but this is one that has brought a lot of people back to at least check it out. Part of it is curiosity. A big part of it is the name branding on it. So this is actually, do you think that this is good for the sport of boxing or bad for the sport of boxing ultimately? And let us know in the chat as well.
Yeah, please let us know in the chat. Steve doing my job for me. I
got you, buddy. We're professionals. Now, see, once the sweet liquid of booze touches my lips, then it's I'm Howard Cosell.
We take a look at the tail of the tape really quick for our next fight. Badou Jack versus Blake McInerney. McInerney 33, Badou Jack 37, both at 6'1", both with a 73-inch reach. Jack with a 1.4 pound weight advantage, coming in tonight at 188.4 pounds, while McInerney is at 186.8. When you talk about whether or not it's good for boxing or bad for boxing, it's hard for me to say that. It's really hard to have that conversation within the context of boxing, because boxing as a sport, and I have the same problem with baseball, is that boxing's evolution comes in fits and spurts. For every Floyd Mayweather and Mike Tyson and Canelo Alvarez we have these really down times. If you think about the Klitschko era of boxing, Vladimir and Vitaly Klitschko were great fighters, but there were no great opponents. Not a lot of
competition, yeah. You're right.
And that is a huge issue with me when it comes to, combat sports. We see it in MMA now. There's more depth in the UFC than ever, especially at the heavyweight division. But it is really hard to take a look at that and look at all these other avenues, especially in boxing, like Canelo Alvarez. Outside of Gennady Golovkin and a few other fighters, who else is there for Canelo Alvarez to fight? And, it's like the eternal question. In the UFC, you have more availability. You have more opinions. You have more options. Khabib Nurmagomedov retired a couple of weeks ago, but there are 5 guys in the UFC lightweight division who are looking to take that strap.
Yeah. They're absolutely chomping at the bit. This entrance, I will say this, as a pro wrestling fan, lifelong, I love the pomp and circumstance, and this entrance by McKernan looks great. It's being shot great as he's coming in under the lights. LED
now, do you think this was live, or do you think they shot this earlier?
I think it's live. It's got to be live. I would hope so.
But when you're looking at this as a cultural event, you are completely correct in that assessment, Steve. This is a cultural event. This is a part of our generation, of our era. We are in the age that I saw Tyson in Holyfield too.
Yep.
I remember watching it vividly at a VFW in Sunset Park, Brooklyn, on a very small TV in a packed bar. Remember bars, people? Remember when you can go to bars?
Yes.
And the world wasn't on fire? Can we get back to that?
Thankfully, the one across the street from where I am now is open, and there's never anyone in there. So.
Oh, that's good for you.
Yes. As we're awaiting the next entrant. I gotta say, I really love the simplicity of these entrances. I'm really enjoying the production of this. Perhaps not the way that the fight has been shot, but this is fantastic.
They're making the most of what they have. Like, they're making the most of the space, which is great. But yeah, the way they're shooting the fights feels very facile to me, very fake.
Jack coming in looking like a fancy Ivan Drago in the red and yellow here.
Yeah, he is in red trunks with gold trim. McInerney in white trunks with gold trim. The ring announcer are wearing gloves, which is a choice.
No mask, however.
No mask. Well, he doesn't. I don't think he necessarily needs the mask.
No, you don't want it to sound like a McDonald's drive-through through the mic.
No.
Smart Shop self-storage is getting a lot of love tonight on these guys. Pretty penny for them.
DraftKings, Weed Maps. Have you ever used any of those services?
DraftKings? Yes, I've used DraftKings before.
Good answer. Good answer. McInerney walking into tonight 13-0 with 6 knockouts, 5 straight unanimous decision wins, though, Steve, with his most recent win coming against Herman Perez back in 2019, an orthodox-style boxer, been a pro since 2016, so he's had 13 fights in 4 years. His last stoppage win came 2 years ago against Daniel Arambula. And for Badu Jack, you take a look at him. He's not scored a win since 2017 when he stopped Nathan Cleverly. Since that time, Steve, he's been 0-2-1 with back-to-back decision losses to Jean Pascal and Marcus Brown. He can be considered, though, as we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, the winner of his 2018 fight against Adonis Stevenson.
Yeah, looking to get off the schneid here. This is a huge opportunity in front of a lot of eyeballs to make a statement and get himself back on track, erase the most recent history here, make a statement, and then try and parlay that into whatever's next for him.
Shout out to the 400 people joining us right now, live and in living color, baby, on the Combat Culture YouTube channel. We are getting ready for round number 1 of 8. There's no titles, just face punching, and here we go. McInerney starting with a left jab, met by a right hand by Badu Jack. Jack trying to pressure McInerney to the ropes. Once again, Jack in red and gold trunks, while McInerney in white and gold trunks, both with gold boxing gloves. McInerney's white and gold, while Jack's are straight up gold with red inlay, Steve.
Looking beautiful. Love the pomp and circumstance, like I said. Part of the majesty of boxing is to see what kind of robes they're coming out with, what they're going to look like, you know, physical shape. And both men look in... Oh, my mic cut out. Sorry. In physical shape right now.
Impressive physiques from both gentlemen. As we said, McInerney looking like a yoked up GSP, which is never a bad thing. Pressing into the corner here. Steve, if you want to carry for a second because my internet decided to die.
All right, there we go. And now Jack feeling him out with the jab to the body. McKernan back, exchanging. Ooh, Jack pushing him into the corner. Strong right hand. Hook. And jabbing again, feeling it out. 2 minutes left in the first round. Jack controlling the ring thus far, having an answer for every movement McKernan has here. McKernan looking a little sheepish early on as he got tagged with that right. And again, Jack pushing the pace, forcing McKernan in. Swung wildly was McKernan, but missed.
For McKernan, he's going to have to utilize his power here. He's gotten almost over half of his wins by knockout.
2 shots to the body by Jack.
Jack's going to utilize his experience here as he controls the center of the ring, landing a right to the body. McKernan missing with a left.
Getting nailed again. Yeah, if we're talking about the control game right now, if this fight stays exactly like this, Jack is on the way to a victory easily because we've seen no pushback here thus far from McKernan. And sure, you could say this is a feel-out round, but I'm not feeling anything that McKernan is putting out so far. Jack just pushing him back.
And a shout out to Ed Labat. Yeah, McKernan pressed against the ropes, keeping his hands up though, Steve. 42 seconds left to go. The more experienced Badu Jack controlling the momentum of this fight in the clinch. Shot to the body by McKernan, landing some solid shots to the rib cage.
Oh, and
right
again,
hand to the head. Finding the rhythm here.
Oh, I think McKernan got away with a little bit on the belt there.
And we'll stop it for a second. He checks the cup, and we'll keep moving here. As Olive the dog providing commentary for the dogs here today.
Oh, Jack to the body. 10 seconds left in this round. Not good for McKernan in this one.
Yeah, no, he's getting outplayed here by a veteran fighter, Steve. That's the thing. McKernan, this is his first time in a fight like this on a major card. Badu Jack has fought inside the Air Canada Center before. He's fought in major fights. This is a place he knows better than anyone.
Yeah, and you can't overstate the experience factor here, like you said, and how much of not having a crowd there to respond is a big part of this here, whereas someone who has the experience of Jack might not necessarily be fazed by that.
And a shout out to Patrick Waters watching us from Wasilla, Alaska. Shout out to all of our friends in Alaska. Nick Cook saying McKernan looked confused and lost. Yeah, when you're caught up, you know the old song from the band Steve, Stage Fright. I feel like McKernan's got that right now.
Yeah, it didn't seem like he knew where he was. It seemed like everything he tried to throw, every movement he tried was cut off immediately. I think that we're seeing just a different class of competitor. McKernan is really going to have to find and dig deep here, as we see already Jack pushing him back.
He's starting on his bicycle, landed 3 quick left hands, didn't land. Let's take a look at the stats really quick. McKernan landed 1 punch in the first round, power punch, through 21. 16 for 25, though, for Jack, as Jack pushing McKernan into the corner, quick, leading with the left, going for the body with the right. So Jack going upstairs with the left, going to the body with the right hand. McKernan's corner's got to keep an eye on that, as McKernan led with the left and now is eating a couple of punches from Jack as he's pressured into the corner, throwing an overhand left at McKernan. That did not land as he eats a jab from Badu Jack.
Yeah, he just looks very stiff, very tight. As he shook his head before to kind of shake it out maybe. But, tried to counter there. Now it's just trying to make, perhaps McKernan's just trying to make Jack throw. But if you're just going to make him throw and try and wear him down, you got to show something. You got to show something here.
And McKernan here not really trying to lead with that left hand, but eating a left hand from Jack. And McKernan keeping rhythm, like went for a low left hand, overhand right, but that did not land. Feigning with that left jab. He's trying to land power punches, Steve, but he's not effective. He's not being able to break down Jack. And you're really starting to see the experience deficit between the two fighters, as McKernan throwing a little more wildly, Jack more reserved, finding the rhythm, throwing conservative left and rights, building up combinations, and pushing McKernan into the corner.
Yeah. All I got to say is if this was McKernan's plan, the corner needs to reevaluate the plan because the plan ain't working.
Went for a left hand, missed with a right hand, ate a left jab from Badu. Jack did McKernan. Tried to go for a left-right combination, did not land. Jack controlling the pacing of this fight with 46 seconds left to go, leading with that left jab. That left jab is a key for him because he feigned it and landed a left to the body, straight left jab into a right hook that was blocked by McKernan. McKernan landing a left to the body, but really looking gassed here against a more experienced fighter. Badu Jack needed this fight heading into tonight. As we said before, he's 0-2-1 since his last win back in 2017.
Not only is Jack looking impressive here, McKernan the demeanor right now, his hands just getting up just a second late.
And a punch to the belt line by Badu Jack with 10 seconds left to go.
McKernan trying.
Landing eating the rib cage there. And then a straight left by McKernan, and another round for Badu Jack, Steven. It's all about pressure and consistency. McKernan is not able to break through the wall long enough to really create a rhythm or a tempo to get into the more veteran fighter. Marcus Reeves and Timothy Brooks, who are in McKernan's corner, really need to figure out what it is they're doing to build up a more consistent flow for the fighter.
As we see from DraftKings, 65% of DraftKings does not think that this will go the distance, and I am inclined to agree with that 65% if things stay the way they are right now. McKernan is looking for an early exit.
And Roy Jones entering the Staples Center with a bucket, and Mike Tyson entering the Staples Center, entering for his first fight in 15 years.
Looking like a surgeon.
Looking like a doctor.
Yeah.
Mike Silvio asking who'd want to watch and listen to this haggard-looking bum. A few thousand people. Jack and McKernan, round 3 of 8.
Well, actually, currently the person who said that, because you just did in order to comment.
Exactly.
So thank you for your patronage.
McKernan trying to lead with that left hand, not really piling a lot, eating a right hand from Jack, trying to push the pace here in round number 3.
He needs something here. It's a statement round here for McKernan.
Right to the body by Jack. Jack.
Well, Jack now is moving at will. There is no fear in this man's eyes. He is just literally picking apart McKernan. Smelling blood in the water with the jab.
McKernan tried to land that left jab, hitting nothing but air, but Badu Jack, simple and patient, trying to land that straight left, landing it, basically just tapping him, matriculating the ball downfield here as he kind of is cruising in round number 3.
Another jab landed by Jack. McKernan tried with a 1-2 to the body.
Overhand right, followed by another overhand right.
That one stuck him. Just missing that left.
2 shots to the body.
McKernan throwing a little bit more here in this round, but really to no effect. A lot of looping shots going nowhere.
He's in the deep end of the pool. He's literally in the deep end of the pool. For those wondering about the Jake Paul, Nate Robinson fight, that fight has not happened yet. That'll happen a little bit later on.
David Vargas saying my guy with the Hawaiian shirt needs to spark a doob. Well, it's a floral jacket, and I will be partaking in arugula salad, I'm sure, at some point.
I just want an arugula salad.
Exactly.
Sounds
it's
delicious.
delightful.
With some light balsamic vinaigrette. 1-2 combination, right, left, followed up by Jack as he pushes McKernan into the corner. Round 3 of 8, 41 seconds left to go in our second fight of 4 this evening from the Staples Center in Los Angeles. Left hand landed by Jack. McKernan getting in some solid body shots.
Go.
But not really landing effective shots to the head because Jack is keeping his hands up. McKernan finding a bit of a rhythm here, though. Landing rights to the body, went down upstairs, then downstairs. And Jack, he might be in a little bit of trouble, but powerful right-hand shots. McKernan landing a left to the body, still in this fight, but eating an upstairs, downstairs left hand by Badu Jack. And McKernan putting some real power behind those punches.
At this point, he's just throwing. He's trying to build confidence, hoping if one of these lands, he could build upon it. But it's not looking good as we end the third round here. Gen X asking Jake Paul versus CM Punk. Okay.
I don't know. Let's take a look at the chat really quick. Quad King asking us to blow kisses and shake our hair. No. Timothy
maybe.
Bradley, not that Timothy Bradley, asking us to where's the fight video? Where the fight video? Jesse Gross saying he'd rather watch Jake from State Farm than Jake Paul. Nick Cook got to swing for the fences here. Jack is dominating in every facet. He is, but McKernan really found some rhythm there at least. He was finding a few moments to where he could land some solid punches.
Well, I think that's more. Yeah, I think that's more to the fact that Jack was letting stuff go a little more. He felt like he had a little bit more leeway to work with as McKernan wasn't punishing at all. So some more opportunities for McKernan to land as Jack just letting the leather fly.
15 seconds into round number 4. At the end of this, it's an official fight. Left hand landed by Jack to the face. McKernan more aggressive here in the early going of round number 4. Left hand landed by McKernan. Badu Jack landing a straight left. Trying to find a bit of rhythm here to continue the pace that Jack had through the first 3 rounds. McKernan was a little closer there. I'd say round 1, round 2 were 10-8 rounds. Round 3, a 10-9 round. McKernan landing a left hand. But Jack continuing the pressure, pushing McKernan into the buckle. 2 lefts by McKernan, and he stands in the center, but he keeps circling and letting Jack control the center of the ring.
That's been the story of this entire fight here. Ooh, just missing a hook, and Jack letting it fly here, trying to open him up.
And now pacing again. I think the smaller ring is really getting to some of these fighters. I think for a fighter like Jack, this is great for him because he's able to control the distance and find a way to make McKernan tire out. Shots to the body, right hand by the body to the body by Jack. And McKernan leading with a left hand. Quick 1-2 combination by Jack straight to the face. Ooh. Overhand right by McKernan landing. And now Jack
just, it looks like he's waiting. He's just waiting to throw.
And that's the thing. Badu Jack has had over 26 fights. He's 22-3-3. He's had the experience here. McKernan's had 13 pro fights. He's won all of them. He's knocked out 6 opponents. But the level of competition, Badu Jack has fought for world titles before. McKernan has not been to that level. So McKernan is fighting up to competition. Jack is controlling the pace of this fight. Great 1 shot to the body, then a quick cover combination by Jack. Punch to the body by Jack. McKernan throwing punches but not landing with proficiency. 55 seconds left to go in round number 4 of 8.
And the story again in this round, as in every other round, is controlling the ring here. And Jack has done a masterful job. You could see the wear of punches on the face of McKernan.
McKernan looking a little heavy. Missed hard with an overhand right, did McKernan. Missing with a left again. In the corner is McKernan. Eating a left jab was McKernan by Badu Jack. Jack controlling once again the rhythm and pacing of this fight.
And open mouth
more fights.
Yeah, open mouth breathing by McKernan, who does not look like the calm fighter here.
No, he is outkicked his coverage significantly. Missing a right hand was Jack, getting entangled like August and Jada as they press into the corner, and that will be the end of round number 4, Steve.
That's a pop culture reference.
It certainly is. We don't have a red table, but we talk here at Combat Culture.
I kind of know that. Yeah, and you can see.
Matt Ryan, that's Stephen James. 52% of DraftKings Sportsbook bettors believe the Jack McKernan fight will go under 5.5 rounds. Well, we've got a round and a half to figure that one out. Nick Cook in the chat saying McKernan looked better in that round, but Jack still looks dominant.
Yeah, but I'm very concerned about just how heavy he's breathing in the corner in comparison. Yeah. You got to wonder Does he have enough left in the tank to push this fight to a place where he needs it? Because as of right now, he has pushed the pace in no regard here.
He looks Cook City All-Stars to me. And a shout out to Marathon Refrigeration. Great work as always, Combat Culture. Well, thank you. You're a sweetie. And we head to round number 5. And also a shout out to Stephanie Sotili, our moderator in the chat here tonight.
Love you, Steph.
Steve loves you. I love you. Everybody loves you. Left-handed landed by Better Jack in a quick 1-2 combination. Right hand to the temple, Steve. I think Jack has found his punch. Waiting left, and then that right hook right to the temple. That might be the combination to get the win for him tonight. Jack landed 11 punches, thrown 38, landing 29% in round number 4 in terms of jabs. McKernan landed 1 of 25.
1 of 25 jabs in the round here. Jack being patient here. I think patient is the key while controlling the ring, making McKernan, who's now being a little bit more aggressive, just making a miss, eating those punches, having his gloves, having his hands up.
But that's the thing. But that's the thing, Steve. He and his corner know he's down 4 rounds to 0. So he's got to push the pace and knock this motherfucker out. That's what he's being told in this corner. Oh, a left uppercut from hell. Barely missing McKernan as he goes into the corner again.
Look like Sandman on Mike Tyson every time he's knocked me out.
Shot to the body by Badu Jack. 2 left hands missed by McKernan. Minute 40 left to go in round number 5. Shout out to Shane76712 in the chat.
Saying hi. Well, hello. And greetings.
And thank you, Toker88. Thanks for calling these guys. Thanks for calling this guy's got to be crazy for this type of events. Yeah. Never called a boxing match before, so this is new.
And Tool Brothers with the greatest response to where can you watch the fight? Google.
We're waiting on the Jake Paul fight, and McKernan 2 lefts and then tried to go for a left to the body. Did not land. McKernan just trying anything and everything and loading the entire kitchen sink as Badu Jack bides his time, waits for his punches, and is proficient. He's a more proficient fighter. McKernan has gotten by on his knockout power, winning just under half of his fights by knockout. But McKernan here is in a level above what he's used to, missing with an overhand left, eating a left uppercut by Badu Jack, eating a few shots to the body as McKernan pressed against the rope, trying to push his way back to the center, landing a left hook onto Badu Jack with 27 seconds left to go into the round.
That cross certainly shook something up in McKernan here. The whole entire fight has been shaking his head. Oh, a little bit low there. You got to keep that up. Just below the belt line.
He hit him right at the belt line, Steve. Left to the body by McKernan to the belt line as Badu Jack just piling up the punches, landing shots where he needs to. That left hook into a couple of shots in this fight. This round will end in the clinch as we head to round number 6, Steve.
And the story remains the same. The song remains the same. With Jack just pushing the pace. And now we can really see in the corner the bloodied up face, the nose. Oh, yeah,
you can see the left eyebrow.
That nose is broken.
It's raised.
That nose is broken. I was wondering why this entire fight he's been shaking his head since round number 1. And you can kind of see if it wasn't broken before, it might be broken now.
Yeah, he is starting to look like a spitting image puppet.
Jack for sure has the advantage, says SM Punk.
Tool Brothers says that Harley Enzo. I don't know what that means. Is that some sort of code?
I'm at Harley
Steve?
Enzo. I don't know. Maybe it's some sort of sex dungeon?
I thought they closed that place down.
No, that was the Bordello.
Oh, well.
Mrs. Bouvier. Sorry.
I'm Matt Ryan. That's Stephen James. It's round 6 of 8. The first fight went into the 7th round before someone got sent to the hospital. It's a Harley shop.
Power punches in round number 5. McKernan keeping his streak going with 1 punch landed. 1 power punch landed.
1 power punch landed. Oof. He threw 23, landed 1. Badu Jack landed 24 of 40. Shot to the body by Badu Jack. McKernan outclassed here live on pay-per-view. Left jab and left hook by Jack to the face. McKernan covering up and taking a wonderful tour of the ropes and turnbuckles inside the Staples Center.
You love to see it.
And I note this is the cauldron, Steve.
I mean, aren't all sex dungeons, cauldrons, and bordellos essentially the same?
That's fair. And once again, we're just in this corner here. A left to the head by McKernan landing. 2 minutes left to go in the round. Dancing around is McKernan, who keeps being locked into that corner. I mean, Beverly Hills, Florida, Carmilla Constantino.
This is the most movement, though, however, I've seen from McKernan. I mean, it's just 6 rounds too late at this point.
Yeah. If this was what he was trying to do earlier in the evening, shot to the body and then McKernan trying to go for a shot to the head, but eating a shot to the body by Jack and another left to the body. Lefts to the body, just continuing to pinata McKernan here.
At this point, just trying to survive, just trying to make it through is McKernan. He has to throw hands here. He's gotta knock him out.
Yeah.
And a slight misstep by Jack, throwing it just a tad bit early, and McKernan countering. It was the one piece of good timing McKernan has had this entire fight, as Jack has kept him off balance.
That left uppercut missed by a Kentucky mile. But McKernan continuing to live against the ropes and against the buckle. That's his problem the entire fight.
But Nick Cook bringing up a great point, saying, can we just commend staying in there? Sure, we can commend it, but it's not exactly the most wise thing to do, nor will it net you a purse or a victory.
Good for him for staying in this fight, landing a quick left. He is being outclassed, but he has not been outfought or outhearted.
Sure. This could be considered a character loss at this point.
SM Punk saying he needs to throw in everything, including the kitchen sink. He needs more. He needs an actual kitchen sink. He needs to pull a WrestleMania 13 here and try to knock out Badu Jack as we end the round. Hey, we beat the over, everybody!
There we go.
Congratulations!
Right now, all he's throwing is the bidet, and it's full.
Good to see Stitch of the MMA world acting as the cut man here. The over is 3.5 rounds for the Paul fight. 3.5 rounds. Plus 300 to go to distance, a minus 455 bet for no.
Oof. That's a 10-rounder as well, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Jake Paul getting ready.
Oh, I thought that was Jack Swagger.
Doing dribble drills because he's a twat.
I mean, someone's got to be the bad guy, and he is.
He's just a bad person.
Yeah.
Nate Robinson wearing Knicks colors.
And just staring into the camera. Doing nothing but
am I supposed to do anything? Am I doing anything here?
Look, I don't think that he should be wearing Knicks colors if he wants to win.
That's fair. That is fair, Steve.
Not a good
round
call.
7 starting with McKernan, landing a few solid lefts, looking at round 6. Jack landing 20 of 67 for 30% of his punches landing. McKernan landing 16 of 77.
Hey, at least it's not 1 this time.
That was power punches. He only landed 1 power punch per round somehow.
Oh, there was 1 round where he only landed 1 jab.
And McKernan, his gloves eating a jab by Badu Jack. 2:22 left to go in the round. Shout out to Corey. And Corey landing in the left there is McKernan.
Jack again.
It's just the waiting game here for Badu Jack. He's been controlling the pace, controlling the tempo. He knows what he's doing when it comes to this fight, and he knows that he just needs to hold on. He's not opening any barn doors for McKernan. He's not going to try to – he sees blood in the water, but Jack is a patient fighter, Steve. He knows he's got the win here. He's going to bite it out, landing some lefts, landing a few solid rights, leading with that right hook, Steve, to the head as McKernan continuing to tour the turnbuckles like it's a strap match in 77, gets into the clinch. The referee will break it up with 96 seconds left to go in the round.
He's boxing.
Yes.
That's what he's doing. He's not, he realizes that he's ahead in every statistical category, but he's not getting overly aggressive to go for the flashy knockout. He's picking his spots because he realizes that McKernan could, as he lands a right hook, he realizes that McKernan still has a puncher's shot, and wisely not being overly aggressive here.
Matthew Dion saying he bet 500 on Tyson. Nick Cook asking, how is McKernan still in this? Pride and Badu Jack not going for the knockout. And under a minute left to go in the round, an uppercut landed, right uppercut landed by Badu Jack, as Jack misses with an overhand left and hits over a right to the body, a right hook right to the rib cage of McKernan. He's just been matriculating punches the entire fight, Steve, as we get closer and closer to the end of this one. 39 seconds left to go in round 7. Shot to the body landed by McKernan.
And McKernan,
that's just that's a hot dog in a hallway right now.
Not changing anything up, McKernan, not trying to throw combinations here, really, not trying to keep Jack at bay with the jab. Nothing seems to be working. At this point, he's just standing there, eating punches, hoping to wear down Jack, and then swinging wildly. It's just not working.
And a shout out to Katie Miller because of one of our fans on Instagram. And that was the end of the round, Steve.
Hi, Katie. Great name.
That right uppercut. As we head to the end of round number 7, we are going to the 8th round here tonight in the Staples Center, as over 800 people are joining us across the globe, across the Combat Culture Network. I'm Matt Ryan. That's Stephen James, filling in for Harold Turjanian, who was actually auditioning for a remake of the King of Comedy.
Oh.
He's auditioning for the Sandra Bernhardt role.
I thought he was auditioning for the dog. There was a dog in that, right?
I think so. There's always a dog in every movie.
There's always a dog. And if anyone could really nail the role of a dog, it's Harry Turjanian.
I need more alcohol. Mary Ellen Cobb's hot dog in a hallway popped her.
Hey, there you go.
Nick Cook, goddamn, I have respect for McKernan, but there's no shame in grabbing the towel here.
Look, I think it's a character loss here. I think he's saying it right now. He's going to give it to him. Saying, go back, it's over. No?
Yep, are we going to are we fighting here?
I think we are. Well, it kind of looked like he was saying it wasn't going to happen. Now they're touching gloves. I think that there was some discussion here. I'm confused.
I think he just wanted to ask him where he was having dinner later.
I'm going to assume Sizzler.
Is there even a Sizzler in California left? And then we're throwing McKernan, throwing some solid left here, eating a right hand to the jaw by Badu Jack. And we're just throwing leather here. Shot to the body by McKernan in the clinch. Breaking out of the clinch was Jack, throwing a couple of jabs. Quick right hook landed by McKernan. We're 2:38 left to go in this one as we try to find a decision, our first decision of the main card. As Jack's trying to light the lamp here and get the victory and get his first win since 2018. Shout out to Aaron Phillips donating $5. I prefer listening to your commentary to watching the fights or reading the comments. Well, we love you too. And Mr. Wu following it up with saying, you guys sound dumb. Well, we are dumb.
Well, which one is it? $5 says you're wrong.
Hey, we've made our money back. Left hand.
There we go.
By Badu Jack. As McKernan trying to fight for his life here.
Yeah, at this point, it's just the moral victory of surviving to the end is all McKernan has to hold on to here. Because for all intents purposes, unless he grabs a big shot from out of nowhere, if he hits him with the RKO.
End in some sort of pie fight.
That's after the show, I told you.
God damn it, I keep forgetting. Now I want pie. Left, right, and Badu Jack piling on the punches, and Badu Jack just swinging at will. McKernan covering up, but he is being Waffle House here, smothered and covered by Badu Jack with overhand rights to the face and neck, beating him about the body.
This is awful. This is
There is no secondhand emotion here. Working for the father saying this is better than paying $50. Yes, when you have two schmucks yelling at a television for you, it makes the experience a bit better. Shout out to Dan Kaufman. What time does Dumb and Dumber fight? Harry and Lloyd fight after the show.
That's true.
And there's the first of the night. Who would win, Redbeard or Graybeard? Well, Steve's, been in the Army, and I haven't. So I'm giving Steve the fight here.
Look, I'm not saying, I'm just saying. I would never fight him unless it was for a large sum of money, and then I would murder him on his feet.
You would act like I wouldn't job and take like 20%.
Absolutely. Shut up.
29 seconds left to go in the round, and then a clinch and a breakup, which is how my last relationship ended. Left to the body, 19 seconds left to go as we will go to a decision here. Most likely McKernan eating a left hook to the jaw, and then one to the body, continuing to be Valencia oranged by Badu Jack here. I strangely want to watch Holiday Inn after this fight as the referee breaks it up again.
He wasn't even hitting him through the phone book anymore at the end of that.
Pure Bass Fishing saying someone donate a bunch and make them fight.
Hey, there you go. Let's start it with the super chats. Yeah.
The more super chats, the more inclined we are to fight.
And then roll around in the pile of money. No loonies and toonies, Canada.
No, straight cash, homie. And as we await for the official decision, Steve, it's an 8-round sweep. Like it's 80. It's 10. I don't know if it's 10-8 rounds or 10.
It's got to be.
I don't know if there was a
10-8s.
10-9 round in there for McKernan at all. I think it was all 10-8 straight across the board.
Didn't feel like it at all. I mean, maybe at some point they would give him look at the difference here. 471 punches thrown by McKernan, only 92 landed, as opposed to 520 thrown by Jack and 203 landed. That's an incredible difference when you think about over 8 rounds.
Badu Jack landing 19% more of his punches. That's a big thing. And let's take a look at jabs really quick. 52 landed by Badu Jack, 241 thrown, 22% landed by Badu Jack. 13 of 187. 7% of McKernan's jabs landed. Now, power punches, Steve, this one's going to be ridiculous. 151 of 279, over 54% of Jack's power punches landed. For McKernan, 79 of 284, 28%.
When you
just
can land
over a quarter.
When you can land over half of your power punches, and your opponent doesn't even reach a quarter, just don't even bother. Just nap. I'm glad you got your consolation medal.
As Jason Mewes said, it's fucking him like he's on Percocet. Like two
go.
monkeys fucking on Percocet.
How did you get my my home movies?
I got a birthday coming up.
Gotcha. Okay.
Badu Jack is the winner by unanimous decision. No pomp and circumstance on the call there. On a decision, just hose it down, keep it moving. Steve, I'm going to take a quick restroom break as you talk to the chat. I will be right back.
All right, folks. Who do you guys got in the Jake Paul Nate Robinson fight? And which fight are you more excited for? This one or the Tyson and Jones fight? Because as we see our next musical performance here by YG, which one are you excited for more? The build-up to these fights have been fantastic through the mini documentaries of both. No shortage of shit talk coming from Jake Paul and from Nate Robinson. This seems like a very personal issue at this point. A lot of showmanship, perhaps. Who knows how they really feel about each other. It could just be showmanship. But the Tyson and Jones, it's about legacy. It's about respect. Both men obviously respect each other, but when that bell rings, they're going to look to take each other's heads off. Jake Paul is a poser to me, says SM Punk. Honestly, I didn't even know who he was until recently. I am not a YouTube guy, so didn't know he was a thing. I know who Nate Robinson is. I think this will be better than I originally thought. I think the fight will be better than I thought, too, because, obviously Jake has some skills. Catching up with him and seeing Nate's stuff as well watching the training montages and the videos. And sure, that's different than watching it in actuality, but at least we should see too. I like when people don't like each other and fight. I call it the pro wrestling fan in me, but I love a good personal issue, or at least one that has a good build and is perceived as a personal issue. It makes you invest emotionally in the fight, and if I'm invested emotionally in a fight, it's always better. It's always worth my money. Jake and Robinson gets me more excited from Murby Empire. Let's see. Mike Tyson strong. Everyone thinking Mike Tyson. Aaron Phillips saying Tyson versus Jones Jr. all the way. Yeah, that's definitely the one that I'm most excited for. And it's I'm been trying to temper my expectations again, but still remain excited, because with the rules for the main event, it's, we'll go over those as the main event gets closer. But it has taken some of the shine off for some people. But we're in 2020, and we get to see two of the greatest fighters of all time fight against each other. And I got to say, that ain't half bad.
No, that's not a bad way to spend the Saturday night, Steve.
Yeah, Stephen James, Matt Ryan here on Combat Culture. Huh? You like that? We're here for you. Where else are we?
Well, yeah. We are available on Periscope. Shout out to everybody watching us on the MMA Mania Periscope, as well as the MMA Mania Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, as well as the Bloody Elbow Facebook. Watching us here tonight live across the Combat Culture Syndicated Network. We're really glad to be with you. We're really glad to be listening along with you here tonight.
Yeah, thanks to the chat for welcoming me into the family with your kind words. All of them were overwhelmingly positive, I'm going to say and speculate.
Yeah, everybody so far hasn't hated Steve. Everybody hates me.
They're so used to hating Harry. They're just glad Harry's not here.
You're the substitute teacher.
Yes, exactly. I'm about to push the card in with the video. We're gonna watch, I don't know, Ice Age or something, and I'll pretend it's educational.
That's fair.
All right, I myself am going to take myself a sabbatical, if you will, a constitutional in the water closet, as they say. I will be right back.
Well, I'll take a look at. I'll run the chat here. Jesse Gross saying they miss Harry. They said later flat hat. Tyson will punch Jones, then Jones will run for his life. The man is a badass, said Pro Woods. Michael Korber going for Nate Robinson. You know what? I think we're all kind of rooting for Nate Robinson here. The Great Mystery is said it's because you're a ginger. SM Punk saying Harry is Jay Leno, which is an interesting combination. When is Jake and Nate fighting? They're fighting next. We're going to see that fight next, and then we're going to have our main event after 8,362 musical performances. It's starting to feel like fucking Woodstock, not a good Woodstock, as my dog is saddened by the musical performances. Dan Kaufman asking, the real question is whether the color commentary gets even more exciting depending on what you both are drinking. Maybe take a shot for each hit. What are you trying to kill us? There was over 400 punches in the last fight thrown. Are you trying to fucking kill me? I'm already dead inside. You don't want to fucking finish the job. Maxter11 saying, first time ever hearing you guys. You don't totally suck. Pretty cool. Thanks. I think that's a compliment. And my dog giving the dog color commentary. You'll hear that throughout the night. Olive the Super Dog. You can follow Olive on Instagram at Olive the Fat Baby. That's Olive the Fat Baby on Instagram. Toker88 going for Jake Paul just because he wants to see him fight Connor. But the question is that going to be an MMA fight or a boxing fight? That's the real question here.
I'm saying it's going to be a kumite.
Kumite? Well, but under Kumite rules, what does that necessarily mean?
It'll be a Taipei death match. So like Tong Po and Jean-Claude Van Damme in Bloodsport.
So just tape their fists, cover them in glue, cover them in glass and broken bottles, and then go about their business?
Yeah. Was that Bloodsport?
No, Taipei deathmatch was Axel versus Ian Rotten.
Yeah, no, but there was the one with the guy with the ponytail and they put their fists in the glass. There was a Van Damme movie. Guys, let me know in the chat. I can't remember the name of the Van Damme
I think it was
movie.
Kickboxer.
Okay.
And thank you, SM Punk, for watching me back at Combate America back in December.
Oh, JB, of course I've washed my hands. I'm eating cheese as well. I'm not a savage.
So, Steve, let's go through the rules for our main event. This fight is being judged as an exhibition. It's 8 rounds at 2 minutes each. Headgear is not required, but they will be wearing 12-ounce gloves.
Instead of the standard 10.
Bad cuts will end the fight. Celebrity judges will watch the fight remotely, and a winner will be announced but not recorded on their record. So it's more of the, yeah, there's going to be a winner, but
not
everybody
really
gets a belt?
Yeah, I would wonder how the fighters actually feel about this. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about, you know, whether or not these rules cheapen the fight. For me, I'm just glad that this fight is going to get into the ring, and I'm pretty sure that Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. are happy just to get the fight in the ring. And I'm not saying that they're just going to go all out anyway and pay whatever fine it is, but I'm expecting to see fireworks.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get fined. Karsten Zettelmeyer, I think he might be my cousin, saying we all want Jake to get clapped.
Yeah, I don't think there's anybody rooting for Jake.
And
Jake's
Just
parents.
Dan and Pro Woods were correct. Were saying I was correct. It is Kickboxer where that happens. Michael Korber saying Jake Paul is the biggest tool in the world. That's not Conor McGregor. Connor Shand he's shouting us out from his garage in Ontario. The dog is additional commentary, Dan.
That's true.
If you want to watch the fight, if you want to buy the fight and watch along with us, go to tinyurl.com/Tyson Jones. That's tinyurl.com/Tyson Jones. I'm Matt Ryan. That's Stephen James. And we are the ones calling the action for you. I might be pointing in the wrong direction. I have no goddamn idea.
Just point in both of them. I'm everywhere.
Stephen, Cannon Hawkins asking, what settings do you have for your Blue Yeti? I just have it set to cardioid, baby girl. Who would you want in a Legends League with fighters and MMA fighters and boxers over the age of 50?
Huh. That's a good question.
Lennox Lewis.
Yeah. Riddick Bowe, I'd like to see.
No, I wouldn't want to see him fight again. Only if it's against Andrew Galata.
Yeah,
like, if we get Bo Galata 3 out of this, I'm fine.
I want heavy, big hands. That's it. I don't want the sweet science, because that's not what that's going to be.
Steve, you're being compared to a 90s Jesse Ventura.
I'll take it.
Crazy Eyeballs asking, what's a dream match you'd like to see in the UFC or boxing? And would you want to see Gaethje and McGregor fight? I would love to see a Gaethje McGregor fight. We're getting Poirier and McGregor next month. In January. It's not even December yet, but we're going to get that in December. But I'm excited for that. Snoop Dogg is on commentary for the Paul
Makes
Nate
sense.
Robinson fight. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape here. Jake Paul, 23 years old, standing at 6'1", will have not only a 4-inch height advantage, even more than that, 6'1" to 5'9", a 6-inch reach advantage, and a 8-pound weight advantage walking into the ring tonight at 189 pounds to 181 of Nate Robinson.
That reach will be problematic for sure.
Yeah. Unless he lets Robinson get inside the pocket.
I mean, that's just bad boxing at that point. That's just not utilizing your assets and playing to win, fighting to win.
Dan Kaufman saying Chuck Liddell versus Roberto Duran. What is wrong with you as a human being that wants to see that fight?
With Julio Cesar Chavez coming with the run-in?
Just a shoot run-in?
Yeah.
Nick Cook saying Nate is thick for his height, though, but when you have a 5'8", 5'9" to 6'1" advantage, That is a discrepancy.
We're
all rooting.
Yeah,
I feel like we're all rooting for Nate Robinson here.
For sure. I certainly am, but it's hard to argue with a 6-inch reach advantage here. As we see the entrance for Nate Robinson here.
Weird to see baby faces coming out first, but you know.
Yeah, I was one. Well, I mean, I don't think you can argue the fact that Jake Paul is the bigger star or the bigger celebrity at this point. So I think that's what they're going with the marquee name last.
Yeah.
Because unless you're a basketball fan, Nate Robinson might not come across your desk, but most people know.
The man won 3 slam dunk contests. Does that not matter anymore?
No, it doesn't.
What the fuck? God damn it.
Sorry.
Me okay asking what song is Jake Paul coming out to. I hope it's Every Day, bro. I hope he wraps himself to the ring. I'm praying for it.
If it's Meredith Brooks, bitch, I'm in. I might change my vote.
It's Suavemente by Elvis Crespo.
Oh, if he comes out to anyone who comes out to Why Can't We Be Friends instantly gets the Homer love, and I'm into it.
Shout out to Donald Reddig on Periscope saying you guys are doing great. Well, thank you. We kind of need that. Oh boy. All right, breathe deep, folks. Here we go.
Oh, he's starting with the
Paul.
crossover dribbles.
Ugh.
I will say this. I do enjoy the outfit he's wearing. I do enjoy his ring attire, looking like faux fur in the silver and gray here.
Yeah, he's silver, gray, and white with silver gloves.
Snoop Dogg
calling himself
dancing.
The problem child.
Nate Robinson wearing a Mike Tyson Punch-Out inspired T-shirt.
With the word staff in front of it.
Yeah, I don't get the bit.
And according to Dan Kaufman, Jake Paul is a -250 favorite. Nate Robinson is a +195 underdog. Barry Eggett is the ring announcer. That is a name. That's a solid name.
That's a sitcom dad name.
That's fair.
And he went from New York Knicks colors now to 76ers colors.
Oh yeah, that is no, that's orange and blue. I don't think that's red and blue.
My screen looks red and blue. Okay. Guys, verify in the chat for me. It looks red and blue to me. Do I need to adjust the saturation? Oh god, we
got into that fucking dress again.
He got into the dress again?
Remember that dress where they said it was
not like this.
In the chat, SM Punk with the best assessment of the night. Nate is Little Mac.
Oh god. So how long before Al Roker jerks him off?
What the fuck?
You don't remember pressing select in Mike Tyson's Punch-Out and Doc? Never mind.
Mattel is saying, Matt, if you periodically look face to your right, it looks like you guys are looking at each other. As the official introductions, Jake Paul is 1-0. His first fight earlier this year against Ali Anisan Jib, which is another YouTuber. So he's just been fighting YouTubers up until tonight. So he's went from YouTubers to actual athletes. At some point, he will fight an actual boxer, and it may in fact be Riddick Bowe. We might see him fight Riddick Bowe.
This is, I would say that the build of this makes this more exciting to me and more intriguing to me because you know me, I love a good personal issue. It's the pro wrestling fan in me. So when two guys seemingly, whether it's worked or a shoot, when they seemingly want to knock each other's head off, I am more emotionally invested in a fight. And if I'm more emotionally invested, clearly I'm going to enjoy it.
I like a freak fight. I always love a freak fight. And this is certainly that. Here we go with round number 1. In this cruiserweight fight, it's 6 rounds, not 12. And Robinson already using his speed into the clinch.
Woo.
The ref breaking it up. Nate Robinson setting a 40 time there. God damn. And Paul on his bicycle here, trying to control, missing wildly with an overhand right. Robinson with 2 left hands and getting right back into the clinch.
They are not wasting any time. They're trying to put on a show for people here.
Robinson's got to conserve his energy, though. Jake Paul breathing a little heavy into the clinch, trying to fight out of it and into the ropes. Is Nate Robinson, Paul pushing Nate Robinson, 216 left to go in round number 1 left. And it's not been a technically proficient fight. Another fucking grapple, another tie-up from both fighters as the referee admonishing both of them here to actually box. And Paul missing with a left jab, missing with an overhand right into the clinch again. Robinson dictating the pace, getting Paul against the ropes, landing a couple of shots, and the referee will break it up again.
This is what happens when you don't have somebody who is a native boxer, a guy like Robinson here. The instinct is to clench and to throw your arm over the head. And it's a clench fest right now.
So Robinson missing with an overhand left into the clinch again. The referee will break again.
That's also the disadvantage of having such a considerable height disparaging, like a different height. What's the word?
The height and reach here is such a disparity, and it looks like Paul keeps trying to suplex him into the clinch. And the referee warning both fighters again. 1:05 left to go in round 1 of 6 in our co-main event. Again into a clinch. Paul trying to fight out of it, and Robinson holding him.
At some point, like they got to do something about this. Robinson pursuing.
Robinson is out, and he is down. Robinson eating a left hook to the noggin, and he's clutching the back of his head. He might claim it's a rabbit punch, and he will get up. And he is complaining to the referee that it was a rabbit punch. We need to see it on the replay. He will walk to the official.
Still a little bit wobbly. He's saying, "Give me both gloves, dummy."
And we will keep the fight going here. And in a clinch again, and that's a takedown attempt by Robinson.
What was happening there? Nate Robinson kind of losing composure here. The referee not even really interested at this point.
Robinson is pissed off, and he is trying to get on the inside. He's trying to find a lane to land a punch on Paul.
He's just shooting.
That's the issue here.
If he keeps doing that, though, Paul is just going to do what he did just before, and that's just nail him as he's coming in because he's lowering his head. He's not paying attention. He got shook on that one.
That was a terrible round of boxing.
It was a terrible round of boxing.
Nick Cook kind of summing it up. This is fucking Christ awful.
Now, let's be fair, though. It appears that the clinches were led mostly by Robinson. It's what happens again when you don't have somebody who is their natural sport. His natural sport is not boxing. Oh, he got nailed.
There was that overhand. It was the knockdown was an overhand right behind the ear, so it wasn't a rabbit punch. No, it actually, you know what? Looking at it from that angle, that was a rabbit punch. He caught him in the back of the head. But I don't know if that's Paul's fault or that's Robinson's fault because of the way that was structured. We begin round number 2. Overhand looping lefts by Paul. Robinson inside now, and now Paul with the clinch.
Little boxing for a change would be nice. As they both headbutt each other a little bit. Got to be careful when swinging that head around.
I believe Juliana Huff is giving their dancing an 8 out of 10. 2:36 left to go in the second round. And in the clinch again.
It's the height difference that makes it very difficult. Yeah. The ref admonishing.
Robinson just charging at Paul and getting into the clinch again.
Yeah, this
is for the WBC Clout Chaser Championship.
A shit show, if you will. Throwing one punch and then clenching is Robinson.
Michael Korver saying, share your cheese and drinks because this fight is shit.
Oh, look, there ain't no way I am
overhand
sharing
right by
nails
Paul,
him.
And Robinson
is out.
It. Sweet baby Jesus, he just pinated that man. And Robinson getting back up will answer the referee's standing 8 count and go to the corner. Robinson with looking like growing hematomas over both eyebrows as he stays in this fight, and Paul coming straight at him. The referee.
Oh, getting nailed again. That's it. It's over. He is out.
Robinson is out. Nate Robinson got knocked the fuck out by Jake Paul, and garbage wins. Jake Paul is being told to get the fuck out of the ring. He has knocked Nate Robinson into another century. Nate Robinson is out on the ground. He is, this isn't good.
This isn't good at all. Him. Well, first and foremost, you hope everybody's being safe here.
Yeah, Nate Robinson's breathing, thank God.
Still not moving, though, but breathing. Now being rolled over, just trying to catch his bearings. Jake Paul looking a little bit concerned for a moment there, but now seeing that Robinson is stirring.
That was bad.
That was brutal. That's what happens. That's why you leave this kind of stuff to the professionals, folks.
Yeah.
There's no amount of training, in a year's time that's going to give you the skills of somebody who has been training for a considerably longer time, who's fought a higher level of competition here, and you see the bloody nose.
Yeah. Nate Robinson, his mouthpiece is barely hanging out. He's not in a good place right now. I would like the camera to cut off of him.
He can't even get to his feet at this point. That was a shit show. But the boxer came out in the end. And I know people hate Jake Paul, but in this instance, how could you be surprised by the outcome?
No. He's a garbage human being. I'll say this now. Jake Paul is a garbage human being. He is a facsimile of the internet. Jake Paul winning in the second round by knockout.
Looking at the replay here, the overhand right to the temple. And immediately
he slept him. So Robinson kept his hands up, an uppercut to a left hand to a right cross.
And he was out.
So it was an uppercut, it was a left, right. And that overhand right caught him hard.
Solid connections there. And you know what? That just means we get closer and closer to the main event, the thing that you've been waiting for this entire night. Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. Nate Robinson. Perhaps, maybe look at, is the Big Three still around? The basketball league?
Yes.
Maybe go there.
Probably. That might be, as Josh Siegel in the chat said, gold-covered shit. I am Toxic saying, let's see Jake versus Ryan Garcia. Oh, that's not a fair fight.
No.
I would like to see Jake Paul fight against an actual boxer, but if he fought Ryan Garcia, who's not in the same weight class, either way, it'd be a decimation.
Well, you got to give it time. You know what I mean? Yeah. If this is a statement, I don't know how this would be a statement win. Most people would have predicted this, but for Jake Paul, this is on a huge stage. Now he has some quote-unquote credibility with a knockout like that, so now he can talk all the shit he wants, which he's just going to be insufferable here. Hopefully,
let's take a look at the stats here. Nate Robinson landing and throwing more punches, landed 10 of 56, even though percentage-wise he landed only 18%. Jake Paul landing only 8 punches, threw 38 of them, missing 30 punches, but 21% of his punches land, Steve.
That's total punches.
It's total punches.
A shit show. The fact that it even went to a second round is surprising.
Yeah. Tyler Brown asking, can I call you? I don't know who you are.
What are you going to call me?
Ghostbusters?
Got it. Nailed him. I got
Jesse
him good.
Goss saying, I have 4 kids. How do I get on the next card? See, Steve, this is why we need the freak fights, because people like Jesse have kids and need money. Please.
Look, you
tell,
have to.
Tell SB Nation, tell Vox, tell MMA Mania. We want Matt Ryan's Freak Fight-a-Palooza 2022 in Dothan.
The way that you start is by super chatting.
Yes. Do the super chats. Super chat us right now. If we get a super chat of more than $5 right now, I will go make another drink.
Oh, no.
For the main event.
If we get a super chat of $5 or more, I will go get more cheese.
Ooh.
I know. That's bang for buck. That's value. As we look at the insufferable cunt that is Jake Paul, who is victorious here.
Jake, the insufferable cunt, Paul.
Pardon my Brooklyn, but that's his legal name. Who's got Roy Jones Jr.'s obituary?
Oh, Nick Cook just donated $5 to the super chat.
Well, gotta go get. Well, you go first. We can't both go. You go first, and then I'll get the cheese after.
And some seltzer water.
Seltzer water. Calling it now, KSI versus Jake Paul. KSI better KO by Jake Paul. How do you think Jake would do against Conor McGregor? I don't think that it would be even close. Think about it this way. Conor McGregor survived or held his own, depending on how you look at it, with somebody who's considered the greatest boxer of all time by many, in Floyd Mayweather. Jake Paul is neither Floyd Mayweather nor Conor McGregor. He is better than Nate Robinson, a 36-year-old retired basketball player that he has a 6-inch reach on. But Conor McGregor, boy, if he gets that fight, he better take the money and run.
Conor would KO this fuckboy first round. Jonathan Ron Cohn donating $9.99 to the cause. Thank you, Jonathan.
You know what? That gets me 2 blocks of cheese or 2 cheese cubes. You know what? This will be on somebody's OnlyFans at some point.
Mine? Well, Connor, let's take a look at the chat here. We want to know your predictions for the main event, which will take place either in 5 minutes or 55 decades from now. Pacquiao versus Paul, according to Joshua Avery. Paul can learn how to be humble after that fight. I can't see that fight happening due to the weight discrepancy. Like, Jake Paul would have to cut to 170 to fight Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor's not jumping up to 180 to fight this goof. As Mario Lopez is back on the screen. Scott asking Mike Tyson, did Mike Tyson fight yet? No, Mike Tyson has not fought yet. Mike Tyson has not fought a fight yet tonight. We are waiting on our main event of the evening. Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. in a fight where, much like Whose Line Is It Anyway, the rules are made up and the points don't matter. But we're going to enjoy watching 2 men in their mid-50s punching each other in the face. Steve, please just eat the cheese. No cutting, please. Main event Mike in 3 rounds. Daniel Mock asking, where did Carrot Top go? I'm right here, bitch.
And by the way, I am back. And you know what? Since you guys have we'll give you more value. 3 cubes of cheese. There you go. The 3rd one's on the house.
We are having fun here tonight. Steve, are you having a good time?
Yeah, I'm having a blast. I'm, drinking, eating cheese, and watching grown men pummel each other in the face. How bad is it that other people can't do this? For shame.
You know what? It's SM Punk, who has been awesome in the chat all night. We love you, SM Punk. Jake Paul versus Butterbean. Let's make it happen. Oh, my God.
Jake Paul versus Butterbean. Oh, let's start with Jake Paul versus Bart Gunn and then work up.
Yeah, all right. Look, I am begging all of you, tweet at MMA Mania right now with the hashtag Let Matt Do It. I want to run this freak fight card. I want to do it. And Steve, I've produced wrestling shows before.
Yep.
You've seen it.
I've been a part of many of them.
You've been a part of pretty much all of them.
Yes.
All but like 4. And for the love of God, I want to produce a freak fight show.
Let's do it.
Jonathan
Roncone saying, your cheese game is no Gouda. Ha ha. Ha ha.
Boo.
Ha ha. Wait, I got something for you. Just as soon as it plays. There you go. A little car crash for you.
TJ username, is that guy dressed to look like Father El Duce from the Boondocks?
Yes. Yes. Very astute.
Mike Tyson is a minus 225 favorite. A minus 50 over, and the over and the under are set at minus 115. Tyson is a minus 106 favorite to win by TKO, KO, or DQ. Jones is a plus 500 underdog. Jones is a minus 139 favorite to go to distance. Not to go to distance. Tyson's a plus 105 underdog to go to the distance.
How do you feel about these lines? Do you think that Tyson should be the favorite here?
No, see, here's the thing. Mike Tyson is always going to be the favorite because he's Mike Tyson. I want to shout out Ryan Green in the chat. The entire neighborhood in our driveway are drinking and cracking up to you guys. Big shout out to Merrimack Trail in Annandale, Virginia. Thank you. Daniel Mock, if you're my dad, you were on heroin and you're dead now.
But if you're my dad, you don't exist. Team No Dad.
When it comes to the lines, Mike Tyson's always going to be the favorite in a Mike Tyson fight because he's Mike Tyson.
That's true.
Even though Roy Jones Jr. has fought in the past 15 years, and Tyson has not, Mike Tyson is one of the scariest human beings on the planet at 54 years old.
For sure, and he's in great shape, and it seems like his mindset, like, a lot has been made about Tyson when he lost to Buster Douglas in Tokyo, about his mindset and where he was at the time and how he wasn't focused. Now, what if Tyson in his prime had been focused on fighting and fighting alone? Now we're seeing what we could have had then as far as the mental preparation, the focus on just the fight, and just being in a positive headspace once again. And I really hope both of these men come out of this with whatever they were looking for to gain from this, whether it be just getting in the ring one more time, to making money, to making a statement. I hope both of these men go in there and they come out of this after battling it out as satisfied as they can be with their performance.
I'm pretty fucking hyped for this, to be honest.
I gotta say, so am I. I will say this, placing that last fight on that card where it was, sure, not just for name value, but having that stunning knockout, that, impressive, brutal knockout, really sets the tone for what Tyson could do here. It was very, I don't want to say Tyson-esque, but the brutality of that was very Tyson-esque. The outmatching between the two opponents was very Tyson-esque. So having something like that on the card has definitely made this a little bit more amplified for me, this fight coming up, as we see Jim Gray talking to Roy Jones Jr. I'm not sure if this is taped beforehand, because if it's not...
Oh, this is live.
This is right before?
Or this is at some point in the last 25 minutes or so, because we still have 10,000 musical performances to go.
Oh, yes. We're going to have Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young individually to perform still. And then the joint one together.
And Mike Tyson being interviewed both by Jim Gray, who's doing the flash forward in time.
He just turned to the side. What is he, Rick Rude? Tyson there.
Let's take a look at the chat really quickly. Paul T. Ireland, Tyson by a knockout in under a minute. Josh Siegel, Tyson KO or nothing. If he gets to taken the round 7 by Jones, he will be too gassed to finish. How in the hell is there a favorite? Frank Acosta asks, it's an exhibition. Who the fuck knows? Let's just throw all this bullshit about rules out the window. I am 4 drinks in. Steve is a drink and a half in. We're about to watch Mike Tyson
in 2020. with Roy Jones. Like, I feel like Mike Tyson is such a huge cultural star that we're perhaps overlooking Roy Jones Jr. This is a man who has won at the highest level in multiple weight divisions.
Multiple
Unprecedented.
weight class world champion, Olympic medalist, a charting star in music. He performed the hip and/or hop.
Yes.
Colin Shand in the chat saying Jethro Tull is doing an extended version of Aqualung between rounds 2 and 3.
Wait. With the extended flute solo? Tweety.
Of course.
With the run-in by Inagata Devita by Iron Butterfly, which sounds like rock and or roll.
Luis Ramirez saying, dude look like Mankind.
I do have a Mankind mask. I could put it on, but we'd get sued.
I don't know if he's talking about you or me, though. I don't know. Crazy Eyeballs asking if Kurt Angle was in the UFC, who would you like to see him fight? Stipe or Cormier, just for the wrestling. If this was a perfect world, I'd like to see him watch him fight Fedor.
Now we're talking about in prime, not now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want to be clear, because right now Kurt Angle needs to take his ass to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Like just
Dan Kaufman with the line of the night. Matt's freak fight card. MMFC tagline. You want a freak? Want to fight? Call Matt. 1-800 kick some ass.
Nice. Not bad.
And another musical performance.
Let's see. Who is this person that I don't know?
I think, is it Velveteen Dream? No, it's St. John. St. John.
Without the O, so you know he's serious. I will say, I am digging the Betty Boop shirt, though. Shout outs to Betty Boop. Nice Seals and Croft hat. Nice. Rossi, well done. Well done.
You know what? After this, me and Steve are going to react an entire Shilton Yarnell bit from the night.
Yes. Or the captain and Tennille. I haven't decided yet.
Hate will keep us together.
Oh, no. Another performance by SM Punk. Exactly our thoughts. As long as he doesn't go as long as Wiz Khalifa's seemed like it was forever.
He performed his entire discography.
Oh, my God. SM
I
Punk
think at that point he just I think he laid out the entirety of his and Amber Rose's relationship.
This is just the worst concert
and
ever.
A shout out to Thomas Myers. Hi, boss. Hope you're enjoying the show. Got to fill that time slot with something. Oh.
Pure bass fishing. I am absolutely drinking from the Holy Grail, from Monty Python's Search for the Holy Grail.
Jim is stoked for the dramatic reading of War and Peace. Yes, after this fight, Steve's gonna read the entirety of War and Peace. Then I'm gonna tag in with an entire reading of The Great Gatsby, wearing an Andy Kaufman t-shirt.
Hold one.
I'm Matt Ryan. That's Stephen James. We are having some real fun here tonight. Josh Siegel saying we got the methed out old guy from Boondock Saints chilling with Mick Foley. Will the Undisputed Era interfere in this performance? That would be weird because I know all of them. I know all of the Undisputed Era.
You didn't think I was going to be able to pull War and Peace off the bookshelf.
You have a copy of War and Peace?
I absolutely do.
Fucking course you do, you piece of human garbage.
I like to read, and I like to read dense books. So let's get those super chats coming, and I might read a portion of it. If we get $50 worth of super chat, I'll read.
Donate $50 to the super chat. As soon as the Tyson fight is over, Steve will read a chapter from War and Peace.
Jeez, a chapter in War and Peace is
Steve, pick a number between 1 and 5.
600 pages.
Pick a number between 1 and 5.
6. Oh wait, that's not how that works. 2.3.
Okay.
It's just a flesh wound, yes. It's just a flesh wound.
Okay, Steve. If we get $100 donated to the super chat, I will read a section of Hairs versus Squares from the University of Nebraska Press, written by Ed Groover.
Bob saying, my mom had a windbreaker that looks like his shirt.
Nick Cook saying this is going the way the fuck downhill. This is what happens when there's a musical performance on a fight card and we're waiting for a fucking bus here.
We're trying. I broke out War and Peace, okay? We're trying here. They're taking forever as my man gets the Undertaker pyro.
There have been more pyrotechnics in this St. John performance, who is filling in for Lil Wayne, by the way, who was arrested on drug or gun charges recently.
Or both. Who knows?
Possibly. And now Mary Ellen Cobbs is just quoting Tolstoy in the chat.
Here we go. You know what, Mary Ellen Cobbs? You're all right with me. I don't care what Harry says about you.
Jonathan Roncone, $100. I want a whiskey and cheese funnel.
Whiskey and cheese, man. That's the way to go. Don't sleep
Hey, look,
on
right
it.
now, if you donate $100 to the super chat, I will make a McDonald's order on Grubhub.
Can we all agree that 60 nuggets is a cry for help? And I have definitely cried for help many times.
Dan Kaufman, Dan Kaufman, pardon me. Nice Bruce Arians hat, Steve.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to tell Tom Brady it's all his fault because I didn't expect a 46-year-old, 47-year-old quarterback to do the right thing. Bruce Arians. Shirts off for $100? No, because if the shirt comes off for $100, you guys will pay us $200 to put it back on.
And a shout out to Graham Forster. Listen to you guys for the Khabib fight. Thanks for doing these. We're here for all your major fights, pay-per-views, and freak fights. That's Stephen James. I'm Matt Ryan. Steve is filling in for Harold Tarjanian.
I mean, I can't exactly fill in for him. It's a little sized. Is this
John
performance over yet? Oh, God.
Snoop Dogg is now coming out.
With now the run-in with Snoop Dogg. Now Snoop Dogg comes in. Wait, is Sasha Banks going to do a run-in?
Oh, I hope so. Daniel Mock saying Matt Ryan is a turd.
He is. I know him personally. Very turdish.
I've known you for almost a decade.
Yeah, what can I say? You just won't flush. I'm glad I didn't buy the fight. I'm going to bed. Who is even in the undercard? Rocky? That's not even funny.
Justin Loopy saying, like watching Hollow Notes on LSD, I'm not sure. I am Toxic saying Matt Ryan deadass look like Mankind.
The mask is somewhere.
I've met Mick Foley.
So have
I've known Mick.
I at WWF New York.
Oh my
when it was
God.
still open, there was a crowd of people around the bar, and I was trying to get an autograph. You know, I had to be, maybe 13, 14-ish. I just yelled, "I think you're my dad," and he looked over and was like, "What?" and then grabbed my thing to sign it. So there we go. That's my Mick Foley story. Snoopy blazing a fatty with Mike and Roy before the fight. Before, during, and after. Putting up that arugula salad, if you will. I'd rather listen to Ashley Simpson over this, says Yup 1986. Hey, when were you born?
Who won the Mike fight? The Mike fight hasn't happened yet. We're watching Snoop Dogg perform in 2020 because is this what Woodstock 50 was supposed to be? A Tyson fight and a bunch of musical performances?
I will say this. That jacket does look pretty hype.
Dan Kaufman asking, Matt, is that a chalkboard behind you? You drawing up boxing plays or something? That's Steve with the whiteboard.
Well, you see,
I have a brick wall behind me and a Bobby Bonilla photo.
Let's go to the whiteboard for our astute analysis. When you get more music equals less good boxing. Less good.
Less better good.
More better gooderer than more less bad. And if you could follow that, you're probably high.
Hold on. Randy Forsland with the fucking comment of the night with a Kenji Shibuya reference.
Jesus
Jesus Christ almighty.
Where did you pull that one from? Lisa Simpson sack session.
There was a Sakuraba reference earlier in the night, and I have to say, I love everybody watching this fight with us. It is the most fun to just have a bunch of fight nerds on a Saturday night with someone whom I consider a family member watching whatever fucking shit show this is. Snoop Dogg now just sitting on the ring.
He's just smoking weed. Just Snoop Dogg's just smoking weed at the ring as we wait for a Mike Tyson fight.
He's just smoking a blunt like nobody's fucking minding.
Oh, man. This is great. This is great. And yeah, thanks to everybody who's been kind enough to let me, quote unquote, sit in Harry's chair tonight, who's enjoying this. Thanks to Matt. Thanks to everybody at Combat Culture.
Donate $20. Jonathan Roncone saying Martha passed that green stuff.
Snoop Dogg, worst ring girl ever from Rob O'Hara.
This is the part we paid for.
Yeah. They should have done...
Dan Kaufman asking, do the calculation of the amount of money needed to be donated get you both 120 chicken nuggets from McDonald's Uber Eats?
Who knows?
I will send an equitable amount of chicken nuggets to Steve if that money is sent to me.
If that money is, yeah. All I'm saying is this. I know I could eat 100 McDonald's chicken nuggets because I have eaten 100 McDonald's chicken nuggets. So I know it's possible. I'm not saying that the outcome is going to be fun for anyone involved, but it can be done, and it has been done as I spit all over myself. Jesus.
Graham Forrester asking, hey guys, do we know approximately when Tyson and Jones fight? Well, either in 10 minutes, 45 minutes, or whenever Snoop Dogg decides to stop performing.
Well, it looks like
we don't know.
He might be transitioning into the Snoop Lion albums, so I think we're close.
Pure Bass Bush Fishing calling you the ghetto cool hand Luke.
I'm the ghetto cool hand Luke. I like that. That might go on my LinkedIn. Well done, boys. Well done. Ghetto cool hand Luke. I like that.
Fuck, that hurt my feelings.
Jonathan Roncone saying colon blow after those chicken nuggets, though. You're right, man. It's bad when you have to hold on to the bottom of the bowl to make sure that
Mary Ellen Cobb's asking where we're broadcasting from. I'm broadcasting from somewhere in New Jersey, northern New Jersey. Stephen is broadcasting from central New Jersey.
Wait, that doesn't exist.
You're in between North and South Jersey.
I'm further north than you are.
Fuck, I think you're right.
We're in New Jersey.
Yes.
There you go. I'm coming from the bunker of Stevie Lou Studios.
I'm coming from the Deritus of the Combat Culture bunker.
There you go. Oh, the Fallout shelter.
For those who've never, Steve and I actually used to do sports talk radio with Stephanie Sotilli, Alex Soberman, and Renee Sutherland for about 3 years, and Marvin Williams. Yup, 1986 saying New Jersey sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, we're from Brooklyn. We'd like to live where people are, but the economy.
Whoa. Pump brakes. I wouldn't like to live where people are. I just think if I could move to Montana, I would. I would take a select group of people, build a compound, make them worship the ground. Wait, I got out of hand there.
Yeah, it's a little Nexium for me. And just Snoop Dogg just straight up smoking a joint. See, if I did that, we'd be taken off the air.
I mean, who says?
Daniel Mox, YouTube. Daniel Mox saying, I'm keeping my word. I'm donating $20, Matt.
There you go. Love to see it. Coming up next in the ring is a hologram of Eazy-E. You never know. Well,
I would fucking start losing my shit if Boys in the Hood started playing. Look, I'll flip this table over.
Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young individually have to perform. That's it. That's what we're waiting on.
Colin Shand asking, is NJ where Brownsville is? No, it's in Brooklyn. Steve is from
Brownsville,
Brooklyn. Yeah. I am from Brooklyn. We are in New Jersey for circumstances that are beyond our control.
Yes. Oh, to be from New Jersey is awful, but to live in New Jersey due to circumstance, not that bad.
Yeah, I've lived worse places.
Derek Malloy saying, listening to you lads live from our island of Ireland.
Sinn Féin, feed him, my brother. We're a free and independent Ireland.
I have no clue what you just said.
I believe in a free and independent Ireland.
That's all okay.
You need to know.
Well, Daniel McGowan cannot come to the White House. And
Brendan
if you
McGann. Get
that,
it's Brendan McGann.
Whatever. It's all the same.
We are in the West Wing portion of the Snoop Dogg performance.
Oh,
folks, Snoop Dogg is still rapping. I got nothing for you.
Isn't it Frankie Bollinger saying, isn't it past Mike and Roy's bedtime? I know it's close to mine.
Yeah, I would be asleep here. Nick Cook saying Matt is falling apart at this point. I have already fallen apart. I am apart. I am at this point just waiting for the fight to start. Now Snoop Dogg is walking away.
Oh, we're getting a package
into
now.
The back. Jonathan Roncone saying traveling Wilburys, then Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young.
Go to the bar with Toby. Absolutely, Ray. We are West Wing marks.
Okay, so at the start of this, the bottle was at this many. Now we're at this many.
Now my liver is this many. What's going on, Amy Kohler? What's happening is we're waiting for this fight to start. Hopefully sooner rather than later. The only good thing about New Jersey is Wawa from Paul T. Ireland. I love Wawa. And anybody coming after me and saying Sheets is better, we can meet in the parking lot. That's fine. 5 rounds, bare knuckle boxing is what it is. Reed Warren.
I like the 5 rounds aspect of it.
However, if it's your Majesty's command, I'm not reading War and Peace for free. I'm in the wrestling business. Wawa does make everything good. Jake Paul making a run or no? Jake Paul demolished Nate Robinson, but what does that mean?
Jesse Gross saying, never mind, Harry is fired. I vote to keep Flat Hat.
Flat Hat. That my name is Flat. I thought I was Ghetto Cool Hand Luke.
Flat Hat.
Oh, as we get ready now, something seems to be stirring in the ring under a bright red light.
A lot of decibels.
Yup, 1986 saying Jones by decision. You heard it here first.
Interesting.
Mark Stevenson, come on, boys. Give Hartlepool, England a shout-out.
Shout out to Hartlepool.
Look, great chippies there. Great chippies.
How awesome would it be, Steve, to do a fight card in England?
That'd be wonderful. I've only been to London twice when I lived in Germany, and that's it. It's
fairly
I'd love to go
shitty
there
to say that I've never left the continent.
Oh, well, we got to remedy that when people can move about the cabin freely.
I would love to. I've got my passport. I was in Tijuana in March, right the weekend of the shutdown. I was in Tijuana.
You're researching the freak fights?
No, I wish. I was producing wrestling television.
Ah. Can you tell us how the starter fights were, or did no one fight yet? Oh, what's going on? Jesse Holland saying Matt looking like a I'm not repeating that. That one's too good.
Thanks, Jess. Love you, buddy.
That one's too good.
You're a piece of shit.
What a motherfucker.
Barrow Peter saying, let Matt do all the talking. No, that's a terrible idea.
Okay, ready? Let's start now.
No. Jesse Goss donating $5 to the cause.
Yeah. Ghetto Cool Hand Luke and Mr. Simon Garfunkel. Justin Lupi. I don't think you know who Simon and Garfunkel. They're two different people. You can't just
I was born a
combine.
boxer, a fighter by my trade.
Oh man.
La-di-di, la-di-di-di-di-di-di.
So if we go back through the fights that we've seen so far, Jake Paul winning against Nate Robinson in dominant fashion. Badu Jack destroying Blake McKernan.
He beat the shit out of that poor man
for 8 rounds. For 8 rounds. And
Chris Mashansky asking Garfunkel and Oates. I saw them live with Stephanie Sotilli at Irving Plaza, I think it was. They were really good.
There you go.
And in our opening contest, Jermaine Ortiz beat the shit out of Sugagala.
Yeah, a lot of lopsided fights in this one so far.
Bravo, yeah. Hold on, Steve. I'm sorry. 50 ways to eat your nuggets. Fucking bravo.
There it is.
Bravo, sir.
There you go.
Brett Ratner, hold on here. Brett Ratner donating $6.66. The
Tony H asking what's happening. Snoop still out there? No. Right now they are on the commentators right now. Mauro Ranallo, pardon my Brooklyn, Sugar Ray Leonard, and
Israel Adesanya.
Adesanya, yeah. Why is he there?
Because he's actually a really good
he's a really
good
insightful
fighter. Person. He's a great fighter, a really insightful analyst, and someone who's got a future, much like Daniel Cormier, looking at the ins and outs of fighting. That's the great thing about these kinds of broadcasts, aside from the fact that you and I can get fucked up and watch these fights together.
It's true.
Is that it gives opportunities for an Israel Adesanya to call a fight from a unique perspective, and Mauro Ranallo to grow his hair out and steal my gimmick.
Age 54, Mike Tyson, as we look at the numbers, to age 51, Roy Jones Jr., a 50-6 record to 66-9. Look at that long win streak, 37 by Tyson, 34 by Roy Jones Jr.
19 knockout streak by Tyson, 17 by Roy Jones.
The most
Tyson
telling one, though,
4.
is the last fight coming in 2005 for Tyson and 2018 for Roy Jones Jr. Who do you I mean, that's clearly got to be an advantage for Roy Jones Jr.
It certainly is, but if you look at the quality of competition that Jones has fought over the past few years, may not be a good thing for quantity over quality. And right now, folks, as we get ready for our main event, we want you to do something right now. We want you to go to social media, whatever social media platform you use. We want you to share how you're watching us across social media, because the main event is coming up, and we want as many human beings to be a part of this main event, watching with us here tonight from the Fallout Shelter, from the Stevie Lou bunker, as humanly possible. I'm Matt Ryan. That's Stephen James, or he's over there. Who the fuck knows? But we want to be with as many human beings as possible for our main event. Mike Tyson versus Roy Jones Jr. This is a fight that should have happened in 1998, but never happened, or happened in the early 2000s before Tyson retired. This fight should have happened a long time ago, but it's happening here tonight. Even though it's all these fakakta rules, it's a celebration of boxing. It's a celebration of sports. It's a celebration of us as a society after a really shitty year. So share us across social media. Steve is at Grapple Talker on Twitter. I'm at M Ryan Consulting. So let's all enjoy this together.
Yeah, man, appreciate the love and everyone welcoming me in with open arms, as I know you guys have only said positive things about me, the way I talk, the way I dress, the way I look, because you're just such positive people. I love you and your country loves you.
Paul Ireland, who is Paul Hollywood's cousin, saying Tyson by knockout in under a minute.
Yeah, right now we're vamping at this point because they're going through the resume. They're building this up. We all saw this coming.
Steve, I'm actually going to take a quick jaunt to the facilities before the start of the fight, so I'll be right back.
He's got to use the water closet, if you will. Let's see. Let's catch up here with the chat here. Thank you, lads, from Mark Stevenson. Well, thank you for joining us. We do appreciate that. Knockout in the first round. Go Tyson, says Lisa. I don't even want to try and pronounce that name and screw it up out of respect. So I'll just call you Lisa. I feel like we know each other, Lise. I can call you Lise, right? All right. Can't be a knockout. No KOs. It won't count. The rules are very interesting. We'll call them interesting. How about that? We'll say that. And Matt will go over the rules in just a little bit when he comes back. No judges. There will be celebrity judges at home at a remote location who give their results, but there's no winner and no loser. So this is strictly an exhibition. The referee has been empowered to, if it gets, I think the phrase was past the boundary of exhibition intensity, then he can step in. I believe that was the phrasing that was used. Yes, no KOs, Randy, unfortunately. But here's my thing. And go with me for a second. You're trying to tell me that you're going to get these two guys in the ring. You're going to get a guy like Mike Tyson. You're going to get a guy like Roy Jones Jr. Highly competitive, ego-driven. Their legacy, they don't want to tarnish it. You don't think that they're going to get in there and throw hands. And how do you stop somebody from knocking somebody out?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
You can't do that. You can't do that. Hi, Steve.
Hi, welcome back. As they
this coming in from Jesse Holland crying right now. This is gold. So, I think we got a winning show on our hands.
Combat culture. I see what you just did. Moderator, I see what you just did.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thanks, Stephen James in the chat for his service to his country.
Do not.
Stephen James served in the United States Army, and thank you, Steve.
I hate each and every one of you. A gentleman's agreement, yes.
You can listen to Stephen James on the Stephen James Experience.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, what's that? What's the show now, motherfucker?
Hive Mind Radio. Go to twitch.tv/HM Radio. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, we are live from 9 a.m. to 11, where we cover all sorts of topics. We'll definitely be talking about Nate Robinson's performance in this fight on Monday with myself and Mr. Danny Axel, who will be in the co-host chair, as he usually is.
I will be asleep.
Yes, as most people are.
Dan Kaufman saying, can't go wrong with two passionate commentators from New Jersey. We're from Brooklyn.
we see what you did there. You tried to sneak that past, but no, that's not going to get snuck past. It's just not going to happen. Why is this fight still not happening?
I think they're going to wait until midnight. Guys, bear with us here. We are not in control of this. Trust me, if this was the Matt Ryan Freak Fight-a-Palooza, we'd be home by now. We would be at the Waffle House celebrating at the after party in Dothan.
Yes.
But this fight has not started yet.
Reggie, we will be doing play-by-play when the fight starts. Trust me, we don't want to be blathering on like idiots here. Well, I mean, I do, personally.
That's what we do professionally.
Yes, that's what we do professionally.
Midnight by Eastern Standard Time? God, we fucking hope so.
Yes, we hope so, as that is just 10 minutes away. The build-up to this is going to be longer than the fight itself.
Yeah. Like, we could take batting practice right now.
Oh, well, now it looks like we're about to get some entrances here as we see Roy Jones Jr. in a white and purple and black monstrosity of a sleeveless robe. Purple and yellow gloves.
Well, he is in L.A., Steve.
Oh, so he's catering to the Lakers fans. All right.
But there's no one here.
There's no one here.
There's no one in the audience.
There's no one in the audience. I mean, they're just literally fighting for Snoop Dogg's affection at this point. Look, he's got the best weed, I hear. I'm sorry. Arugula salad.
Arugula salad.
Wink, wink.
I do not see any entrances yet.
Oh, well, they were walking towards. So they showed a picture of them. Next, they're going to show a claymation video of both of them standing next to each other. I just want this fight to happen.
This may be old and this fight doesn't mean anything, but this shit is still fucking awesome, according to John Holtz.
Look, in the meantime, someone get Soda Popinski out there. Somebody get King Hippo. Let's get
Why
them all
wasn't
in
there a fucking fight, a goddamn Mike Tyson Punch-Out tournament for this?
Oh, here we go. Is that Michael or Bruce Buffer?
I would assume that's Michael Buffer.
Oh, there we go. Sorry, they were on a wide shot there. And here we go as the entrances are being made here.
You see the white and blue light background, correct?
Right now I see the
entranceway.
Yeah. Looks like SmackDown Live. As they
Hey, Alex Silverman's in the chat. Can we go to Denny's yet? God, I wish.
Hey man, if you're buying. Roy Jones Jr. making his long walk down to the ring.
Daniel Mock asking, shout out to my lady, Brandy Roberson, and I'll donate $50. Where's your $50, homie?
Shout out to, what was the name?
Brandy Roberson.
Brandy Roberson. Sure, shout out to her. So now that's two 50s. That's a 50 each.
Yes. Roy Jones Jr. making his walk to the ring.
Oh, did you see that? My man went for the shoulder. Did you see that? He went for the forearm, the bump to say hello. And Roy Jones walked right past
I just saw it. He was like, nah, son.
Hit him with the old nah, B. Cold-blooded, my friend. Cold-blooded.
All right, this is either going to be all. And shout out to Build and Censor watching us from Norway.
Ooh, shout out to Norway. What's going on?
Rob O'Hara watching us in Oklahoma. I'm buying lots of Denny's here in Oklahoma. Buy some up here in New Jersey, sir.
Dan Kaufman going to have to be at 2 a.m. Wawa's and Denny's run by the time this match is over. You're not wrong.
Mike Tyson said, fuck your entrance, fuck your delay. I'm walking to the ring.
Damn, bro. I looked down at the screen to look at my phone. Then I looked up and Tyson was already in the ring. He didn't worry about no entrance, no nothing. Yo, that is not a good sign for Roy Jones Jr. He forgone.
Mike Tyson is ready to fucking murder someone. Shout out to Jakey Poo. Looking forward to a modern interpretation of a fight radio broadcast. Thank you for doing this for all us broke fools. Oh, you know, we're a broke fool.
Yeah.
Daniel Mock saying, hello, Brandy Roberson. Give us $50.
There you go. We said it. Daniel Mock, he's not real. He's not legit.
Shout out to Kerry Frazier in Chattanooga using his 5G Wi-Fi to check us out. Ooh, and a shout out to Joe Blair in Chattanooga, one of my close friends. Daniel Mock in New Zealand, Paul T. Ireland in L.A.
Ultimate Warrior style, says Reggie. Oh, now are we going to get a performance by LL Cool J now? Is that LL? They haven't zoomed in.
It's all members of Jagged Edge.
Yo, but really, they couldn't afford.
Oh no, that's Neo. Oh. That is Neo, I do believe.
They couldn't afford Boys to Men.
Shout out to Jesse Goss in North Georgia. Blaze 420 in Washington, PA.
Damn.
Hello from the Shire. Jack O'Hara in Alaska. Jaden Orocho in Tampa, Florida.
Mary Ellen Cobb saying, great call. Found you guys accidentally. So make sure you guys hit that subscribe button and the bell for notifications.
Colin Shan says, who does the best Howard Cosell commentary? This is Howard Cosell. Ryan Gunderson from Minneapolis. Josh Bennett from the Rocky Mountains. 389 Christopher from the 303.
Pittsburgh in the house. Yeah,
Michael
I think Matt
Clark
got that one.
from Cabo San Lucas. Ronnie Penzuzzi in Pittsburgh. Between the Trenches in Middleburg, Florida. Brett Ratner in Savannah, Georgia.
Saskatchewan, Canada. Dude, I have a soft spot for Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. That's all. And Saskatoon.
We got people from Portland, Oregon. Tom R. Brendan Moore from Washington State. Ben Colt 45 from Arkansas. John DeLucy from Nigeria. And then Alabama.
I mean, Nigeria, Alabama. It's like a small city. It's like a suburb.
as the national anthem plays. The October Wolf from Carnegie, Pennsylvania.
Oh, this is
Blaze420 saying, you guys are the first video search if you do Tyson versus Jones radio. Yay. Awesome. Anthony Reed from Liverpool in the UK. David E. from North Carolina, take your shirt off, spin around like a helicopter. Mr. Cool Mello from we got people from Pennsylvania, Peoria, Moose Jaw, Sacramento, Sinclairville, Chicago, Louisville, Huntsville, Alabama, Roll Tide, Dayton, Ohio.
Yeah, from the early looks of this, as we watch both men get their introductions done, pacing around the ring, getting ready to start, Tyson looking anxious and ready. It looks like Tyson is in better shape on first glance, but you won't know until you get in there. You got to wonder what's going
Once the
through.
first punch is thrown, then we'll know. And Tyson looking, you can see it in his eyes. He's a little wistful, Steve.
Yeah, you got to wonder what's going through these two warriors' minds at this point, having, left their blood and the better parts of their youth in boxing rings throughout their entire lives. You got to wonder what that feeling is going through both of them, being able to recapture, even if just for a moment, that feeling here. It's a beautiful moment to really think of. And I hope when they come out of this, as I said before, I truly hope that both of these men are satisfied with their performance and can hold their heads up high to having done this for us, and for themselves.
Let's shout out Charles Dion in the super chat, donating $10 to the cause. My 8-year-old son got to watch his first boxing match tonight. He went to Buffalo Wild Wings, and I'm here with listening to these two fools. Well, we love you, Charles.
Hey, I mean, don't blame us for your poor decisions.
We got Gadsden, Alabama, the Continental Loop, joining us here tonight. Brett Eisen. I don't know if it's that Brett Eisen, but from South Korea, Knoxville, Tennessee.
Matthew
joining us.
Matthew Alkman saying, just tell us the results. We will when the fight starts. Just stay tuned.
Yes. Stay right where you are. We are near 2,000 people watching us right now. We are near 80,000 playbacks for the night. So share this across social media. Tag Grapple Talker on Twitter, M. Ryan Consulting on Twitter, Je suis Matt Ryan on Instagram, Grapple Talker on IG. Shout out to Cody in Pensacola. We got Grateful Mouse in Fort George, General Meade, Maryland.
So they're asking, what do you think of Jake Paul? He looked impressive. As a human being, we've already said he's a dumpster fire. But as far as a quote-unquote boxer, it's hard to gauge based on the level of competition that he's had. Nate Robinson was no competition. I don't want to come off disrespectful here to Mr. Robinson, but he had no business in that ring.
He's not a professional boxer.
He's not a professional fighter.
Shout out to Thomas Finley in Edwardsville, Illinois. Barrow Peter in Springfield. Eric Birchler shouting out Blues Nation in St. Louis.
So, any predictions here, Matt? Who do you think? Who do you think is going to take it here, and why?
Look, I gotta fucking go for Mike Tyson here. Shout out to John in Omaha, Nebraska. And here we go. It's Tyson versus Jones. We've got a fucking fight. Mike Tyson in the white trunks, Roy Jones Jr. in the black. This is fucking weird,
This
Steven.
is very weird in 2020
we go.
to be watching
Tyson
this fight.
Throwing the first punch, Jones keeping Tyson on his bicycle. Jones controlling the center of the ring. Tyson trying to find a rhythm here. First fight in 15 years for the former unified world heavyweight champion. Two left to the body by Jones.
Tyson looking aggressive early, but Jones still has his form here.
Let's not forget Tyson's not fought in 15 years. Jones last fought, Tyson in the black, Jones in the white with purple and gold trim. Punches to the body by Tyson. The clinch and the break by the official. Minute 16 left to go. 2-minute rounds in this fight, 8 rounds to determine the WBC Frontline champion. Overhand left by Tyson.
You can't do that. You can't do that, Jones. Trying to get a little bit too cute, showing some of that old school speed if he could, but didn't. All it takes is one. You definitely have to wonder about the conditioning of these men. 8 rounds, 2 minutes per 8 rounds.
And you got to wonder, Steve, if that's what they wanted. If they wanted that time, if they wanted more time inside that ring. A clinch again by Jones, 27 seconds in round number 1.
Nothing
and a little
significant.
bit of a bachata dance.
Yeah, nothing significant landed here. Again, both men, I think, feeling each other out. If you were expecting Mike Tyson to just come out and start swinging here, you got to remember this is a older Tyson, a wiser Roy Jones Jr. as well.
And another clinch again by Roy Jones Jr. as we end towards the end of round number 1. Both fighters going to the corners. Tyson, the more active fighter there, in my opinion, Steve. I would say it's a 10-9 round. Jones utilizing the clinch very well, but if I'm going to score this fight, if I'm one of the celebrities scoring this Fakakta thing, I would go with Tyson.
One of the just the fact that you have to say one of the celebrities scoring the fight who are sequestered in a other location. Keith X saying, who's betting? Who'd you bet on in this fight, guys? Let us know in the chat.
And Fetty Wasp saying, shut up, Adam in Australia. Not a lot of power shots, some decent shots by Tyson. In Jones Jr.'s corner, it's Tom Yankello and Russ and Anberg.
Yeah, Jones breathing heavy in the corner. Tyson looking like he's got his head down. I think it hasn't clicked yet for them.
Yeah.
I think now it's starting to settle in. Now we're starting to see.
Round 2 and Tyson going for the body and a clinch by Jones. Punch to the head by Tyson. Tyson trying to fight out of the clinch. Tyson landed 7 of 22 thrown in round number 1. Jones landing 2 of 18. Tyson in the clinch. Jones trying to punch out of it. And Mike Tyson trying to control the pace of this fight here as they dance here. The referee breaking up the clinch. I'm hoping for Mike Tyson to knock a motherfucker out here with 90 seconds left to go in round number 2.
I think we're all hoping for Tyson to knock somebody's head off. Everybody but Roy Jones and his family at this point. But Tyson definitely looks more energized here.
Some floating lefts by Jones Jr. Tyson controlling the center of the ring. Another floating left by Jones in an attempt of a jab. Jones looking in a bit of trouble here, Steve. Tyson getting Jones against the ropes. Tyson
this is a
just
bad spot.
Presence.
Well, then,
and a beautiful move by Tyson. Stops, lets Jones set, and then hits him with the right.
God.
And then in again the clinch.
Vintage Tyson.
Punching to the body. Fuck, I love Mike Tyson fighting.
Such a feint there to catch Jones slipping.
And then clinch again. Randy Furco saying, imagine Matt being an ESPN announcer. Give me the money! 36 seconds left to go. An overhand. And then another clinch by Jones. Come on, Roy. Take a fucking punch. Under 30 seconds left to go in round number 2. Shot to the body by Tyson.
Would you take a punch from Mike Tyson or clinch?
Fuck no, but I'm not getting paid $8 million to show up.
That's true. You're not wrong. $8 million.
Shot to the body and then at a head by Jones again in the clinch. The referee has to step in, and he does with 11 seconds left to go in the round. It's been all Tyson here in round number 2 in terms of momentum. Jones looking a little tired. Shot to the head and shot to the body by Tyson, and another body shot by Tyson. Another one as we end the round.
Tyson just eating him up at this point. I think it was that moment after he got his sea legs in the first round where he's like, all right, now I'm back. Now I needed that. The adrenaline dump of the nerves getting in there has worn off. Now Tyson is going full steam. Again, temper your expectations a little bit, folks, as people are asking, do they look like, do they look their age?
You're not seeing the Mike Tyson from 1991. You're not seeing pre-Tokyo Dome Tyson.
But for a 54-year-old man, he is holding his own and then some at this point. And
against someone younger who is more active than him.
And Tyson is determined here. As we see
Randy
the replay.
Furco saying you can cut off my left arm for $8 million.
A nice jab. I think that jab by Jones that they showed on the replay just there is what really woke Tyson up. Sometimes, and we've seen this
Steve,
a lot.
I don't mean to interrupt, but round 3, Tyson immediately starting left hook and Jones in the clinch. Tyson throwing 8 for 16 in the second round, landing 50% of his punches. Jones 2 for 13 in the clinch again. Is Jones. Tyson and the referee breaking it up.
Incredible, the foot speed of Tyson right now. You would think that it would go the other way, but Tyson looking like the quicker fighter. A lot more explosion here immediately.
When you haven't fought for 15 years and you're training and you're keeping that pace and that momentum and you haven't taken as many shots to the head, again in the clinches, Jones. Tyson and the referee breaking it up. 1:10 left to go. We are almost halfway to this fight. A hook to the body by Tyson. And another clinch, another breakup. Jones looking a little worse for wear here. The referee checking on both fighters under a minute left to go in round number 3. Thomas Finley saying, I'd rather take a tracker tire to my balls than get punched by Tyson. 47 seconds left to go. Shot to the body and another clinch by Jones. Jones just here for the money. Tyson looking to fuck somebody up with 38 seconds left to go in round number 3.
Yeah, Tyson definitely looks like he has a better desire or a bigger desire to win here, pushing the pace and connecting with some pretty impactful shots. Just brutalizing the body. Vintage Tyson.
Punch to the ribs and then another clinch by Jones, but Tyson not stopping when it comes to punches. The prodigious former undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. Steve, we're calling a Mike Tyson fight in 2020.
It's incredible.
And this motherfucker can fight.
Ryan Gunderson asking, do you guys think it will go the full 8 rounds based on what you're seeing? I don't think.
To say.
I don't. All it's gonna take is one slip by Roy Jones, and it's gonna be over. I think.
It's the shots to the body. It's the shots to the body that really changed this up to me. As we end round 3 and go into round 4, it's all been Tyson. Tyson has been controlling the momentum. He's been controlling the distance and the range. And I'm sorry for the people watching this and watching me gesticulate like I'm performing some sort of interpretive dance, but it is fucking bananas watching this.
It's pretty fucking cool, not gonna lie. Pretty fucking cool to be able to have the opportunity to call a Tyson fight in 2020 and to share it with each and every one of you guys. So thank you to the 2.5K people watching right now. Share it with your friends. Tell people what's going on here. This is historic in the regard of Mike Tyson is back to fighting. Now, whether or not this is a one-off or not remains to be seen, I think. But
hey, WBC, don't be pussies. Book Tyson versus Fury.
There you go. Tyson's brave enough to do it. He's crazy brave. I think he would do it. You know it. And that would make a lot of money. I don't think it's smart, but here we go as we get underway.
Round number 4. Tyson immediately getting Jones against the ropes and then another clinch by Jones. Tyson trying to find his way out of it. Jones looking tired. Jones, the younger fighter, looking older than Tyson here. 97 seconds left to go in the round as he tries to stay active and try to land it. He keeps going for a looping left jab in the corner again and clinches Tyson again.
And we're seeing flashes of that Mike Tyson explosiveness here. I think that it's still there. It's just not as... You're not going to get a 30-second flurry at 100% power as he goes to the body again, punishing Jones.
Yeah, this is just Mike Tyson knowing what he has to do to win, even though this is a matter of pride for both of these guys.
For sure.
This is not a fight for title ranking or ego. This is Mike Tyson looking to prove he's the baddest man on the planet.
This is also Roy Jones getting in, because nobody wants to look across the ring and see both of these men. You know what I mean? No. Individually. So a lot of respect for both of them here. Oh, Tyson just continuing to punish the body with hook after hook after hook.
And the shots to the body just jamming right into the ribs. This fight has been all Tyson, Steve.
All Tyson, a lot of clinching by Jones. Jones not really able. A lot of his fights, a lot of his style was predicated on speed and being able to dance around and move and establish a jab, but Jones not able to do that because Tyson is seemingly the faster fighter here.
Which is disconcerting for a 54-year-old man against a 51-year-old man when Roy Jones, as we've said numerous times, has fought within the past 5 years.
Yeah, but you can see, like, the most exciting part for me, as you see Roy Jones here slumped in the corner, eyes closed, getting doused with water here. Not looking good for Roy Jones. But when you look over at Tyson, when you see Tyson, there's a light in his eyes. Maybe he isn't, Randy Furco saying, maybe he isn't punching to the head because he knows he will knock him out. Perhaps there's a gentleman's agreement in that regard. But Tyson is doing work. He's focused, the look on his face, he's breathing, not heavily, you would say, not what you would expect.
And dominating the center of the ring at the start of round
Easily.
5, Steve.
Easily.
Just walking right into the center of the ring, and another clinch by Jones. And if you're judging this right now, it's been 4 rounds to 0, Tyson versus Jones. It's been an easy night at the office for Tyson. And Jones trying to show some of that flash there, eating a punch by Tyson, standing in the center of the ring as a former world heavyweight champion from Brownsville, New York, who gets locked in the clinch again by Roy Jones Jr.
How does Mike's mechanics look from Damian Sims? He looks impressive. I got to, again, we got to temper this to his age. You know what I mean? We're not saying that he's going to go out there and fight, top contenders. What I'm saying, as in the context of his age, in the context of the competition, he looks great. He's exceeded my expectation for sure.
And another clinch again against the ropes. Jones eating another right hand to the rib cage. Right-left combination by Tyson.
Corey Daniels, you're wrong here. It says 8 rounds. We're watching the fight. It is not 6 rounds.
It's an 8-round fight.
It's an 8-round fight.
Lisa Abbas saying, I think Tyson is holding back. We don't know. It could be him holding back as he makes Jones eat a right hook with 38 seconds left to go. Neither fighter really looking the worse for wear in terms of facial damage.
James Klein asking, Tyson in black, did he come out with the trademark towel? He came out in black. He didn't wait for his entrance. He skipped the entrance.
No, he just said, fuck this noise. And the clinch again, Jones pushing Tyson against the ropes with 16 seconds left to go in the round. According to the former WBC champions, Tyson, it's right now 40-36, 39-37, 37-40. Vinny Panzienza is a fucking goof.
Who the hell thinks Jones is winning this round?
Winning this fight. He has Jones winning this fight. On what fucking planet?
That makes about as much sense as a football bat.
Winning this. Vinny Panzienza, you really need to stop. He was also that asshole at the Brawl for All. If you remember WrestleMania 15,
yes.
It was him, Gorilla Monsoon, and somebody else judging this fight. So fuck you,
That
Vinny
makes
Panzienza.
a lot of sense. I saw it before. Just Win Baby saying, has Jones even attempted to use his jab? Yes, it's just not working. It's been
more
working.
of a looping left jab than anything.
There's not that snap, that trademark Roy Jones Jr. snap on his punches. Obviously, with age and having a certain period of time, a layoff, Father Time is undefeated. Both of these men trying to turn back the clock tonight, but right now, Mike Tyson seems to have turned back the clock as much as humanly possible, in opposed to Roy Jones Jr., who's looking a little worse for wear, a little sluggish getting up and moving around, shoulders slumped as Tyson is just moving.
We're in round 6 into the Tyson landing 9 of 20, Jones landing 3 of 13 in round 5 of power punches. So Vinny Panzienza once again being a fucking fuckboy. Shot to the body by Tyson, left by Tyson, right by Tyson, and another clinch by Jones Jr. Shout out to Sherwin in South Africa.
One man's fighting, the other man's hugging.
Mm-hmm. I don't see nothing wrong with a little bump and grind, but a right hand by Tyson to the ribs.
Just
right hand
punishing.
Left hand, pardon me, by Jones to the ribs of Tyson, and it immediately goes into the clinch.
Yeah, we haven't seen any combinations really thrown by Roy Jones. He's not no man really targeting the head here. I think Tyson could have finished this by now if he was able to really go for it.
If we weren't doing bachata lessons with Roy Jones Jr.?
Yeah. Both men still in the clinch here.
50 seconds left to go in round number 6 of 8 2-minute rounds. Tyson almost landing an uppercut from hell.
That was close.
Chad Dawson, Vinny Panzanza putting the last round 10-10. Chad Dawson giving that last round to Jones 9-10. Christy Martin, only one judging this fairly, 49-46. Good Christ almighty.
Yeah.
Whoever's judging this fight needs to be taken out back and beaten with a pipe.
It's definitely showing a lack of awareness as to what's going on in this fight. Ducking underneath. Tyson's head speed has been very, very good in this fight.
He's been able to keep his head off the center line, Steve, and then another left hook attempt by Jones into a clinch by Tyson. Tyson throwing a left hand. Now another bit of a clinch, and that'll be the end of round 6 as we head into round 7. Steve, how do you see things?
I definitely see Tyson as pushing the pace. I mean, Roy Jones, towards the end of that, had a little bit of a flash of, moving a little bit better, but Tyson's pushed the pace the whole time. He's landed more significant body shots. There hasn't really been a lot of blows to the head. I don't know if that was agreed upon beforehand, if Tyson's just not going up top. But I guess if the body is open like that, as it has been this whole time, why go to the head if you don't need to?
I completely agree. Tyson's been controlling the body, been able to control the momentum. Jones has a little bit of swagger, as we saw in that replay. I really don't see how anybody has this fight for anybody but Mike Tyson right now.
Yeah, anybody watching at home along with us, let us know in the chat. Do you see this any differently? Because clearly some other judges do.
No blood yet, and then a clinch to start round number 7.
No bloodshed yet. More clinching. Disappointing here.
Tyson landing 6 of 19. Jones landing 6 of 28 in punches in the last round. Tyson landing a shot to the body, and Jones hooking up once again.
Ooh, okay. All right, here we go. Now we're doing some work.
Tyson showing a little bit of that speed. Jones in the corner trying to throw a quick flurry, and once again gets Tyson in the clinch.
See, now some of y'all are saying in the chat, Preston Williams saying, BS fight, it's all about the money. I don't know, man. Tyson's throwing. Tyson is throwing.
Yeah, Mike is throwing some fucking bombs here. Vinny Panzienza, last round 10-10. Christy Martin 10-9. The other judge 9-10. How are you giving any of these rounds to Roy Jones? I've covered boxing for fucking 4 years of my professional life. I don't know how you give any of these rounds to Roy Jones Jr.
Just punishing the body here. And Jones just staying in
am
the
I
clinch.
wrong, Steve?
No, he's just looking to survive here.
Jones looking tired. Tyson looking like he wants to go full fucking 12.
Yeah, Jones just looking like he's already started the car. Ooh, just missing with Tyson.
Barely,
oh, my God.
Barely missing a right hook to his soul.
That could have been it. Had that connected, it would have been donezo.
Oh. Jesus Christ.
Oh, Tyson's just always stepping forward. Always moving forward is Tyson. Ooh.
If you want to buy this fight and own it, go to tinyurl.com/Tyson Jones to buy the fight. That's tinyurl.com/Tyson Jones.
As the 7th round ends, we are about to get into our final round coming up here. I'm expecting fireworks in this last round. I think Tyson is going to throw as if his life depends on it here. He wanted the show.
I want to see Mike
spectacle.
Tyson catch a fucking body.
I think most people do. Again, I said at the top of this, we have to temper our expectations that we're not going to see.
The money line right now is minus 5,000 for Tyson, plus 1,300 for Jones.
Right? But the judges
What
see
the
it differently.
Fuck.
Tyson.
Oh, this is the most fun I've ever had calling a fight.
Yeah, screw you, Harry.
Not even that.
I know.
It's just it's a Mike Tyson fight.
I'm just messing with Harry if he's
fucking
watching.
Piss up a rope right now because I'm calling this fight and I'm enjoying the shit out of it.
Yeah, this has to be an emotional moment for both of these men here as we are underway with the final round of Tyson Jones. As they put up the wrong graphic. The graphic is not Ortiz and Sagawa.
The Chiron presented by the producers of the pay-per-view are wrong, and Jones immediately clinches Tyson for another dancing lesson. Right hands to the body by Tyson.
1:30 left in this round here. And again, back to the clenches Jones.
Noreen K does not like it when I squeal. I'm sorry that I enjoy fighting. Not under 90 seconds left to go in the round. And another clinch attempt. I think that time by Tyson. Shots to the body. Another right hook to the side.
Both men trying to posture a little bit there for a moment. And now Jones pushing Tyson into the ropes here. But doing no damage, not throwing out of the clinch, not throwing out of anything. Just looking to survive at this point. Oh, and to the body goes Tyson after Jones misses wildly. There's just something about Roy Jones's head movement that isn't there. It's just, I don't know.
I think for me, it's the continuous activity for Jones fighting against lesser fighters where he's fought to their level. Tyson's been off for 15 years. His last couple of fights weren't against top quality opponents, but as we're seeing here, that 15 years has done better for Tyson than Jones has been in terms of activity.
20 seconds left, and Tyson not pleased with Jones, just trying to survive and holding on. Not throwing hands at all.
This has been a clinch fest by Roy Jones Jr. Tyson has been trying to make this a fight. Jones knows this is an exhibition.
And you could tell the frustration.
It's an exhibition. Yeah.
Yeah, there's frustration on the face of Tyson. He expected more, and look at his face. He's pissed. Mike Tyson is pissed now that this fight is over.
That's the end of it.
Tell.
Tyson wanting another round. The warrior spirit of Mike Tyson is back. Can we just get another round?
One more round. I mean, it's an exhibition. Can we go into sudden death? Can Teddy Long come out? I would even take this as a tag team match going, 2-on-2 against The Undertaker. Come on.
Well, he just retired over the weekend.
There you go. He could fit into this league. Yeah, you can see the look on the face. Tyson disappointed. Perhaps he shouldn't be disappointed with his performance.
He wanted a fight. He wanted an actual fight. Roy Jones gave him an exhibition.
Which is unfortunate. I know that's what it is. What it was supposed to be is supposed to be an exhibition. But I don't see this as anything but disappointing from the perspective of Tyson. Tyson performed.
Shout out to Kevin in Baltimore. Zach Barber asking, what do you think it would have looked like with 3-minute rounds, same dominance by Tyson? I think so. Yeah. Tyson looks a little tired, but I think that extra minute would have shown a little more aggressiveness by Tyson.
I certainly think that. Tyson is pissed. You can tell. You can tell he's not pleased. Happy. You know what, though? I think this will stoke the fire.
I swear to God, if Mike Tyson fights after this, I'm going to be so happy.
Look at his face. You can tell he is not happy right now.
Cubs fan 123. I hope it's that Cubs fan replying to us. How can you take this serious? We don't. We enjoy this just in general. And there's Mauricio Suleiman, a.k.a. the clout chaser of boxing, there to give the WBC Frontline belt to more than likely Mike Tyson.
Now, after this, though, all I'm saying is after this, we're going to see the beginning or what is it? The beginning, the end of Rocky 2, beginning of Rocky 3 when everybody leaves. They're just going to be sitting there. You want to ring the bell? Ding, ding. And then they're just going to go. Off cameras. I'd pay to see that.
George Foreman on Twitter, thanks to Jesse Holland for sending this along. Best exhibition I've ever seen. Yo, say word right now. I want to see Tyson versus Foreman.
No, leave George Foreman alone, man.
Fuck you. Get him and his grill money.
He could still remember his kids' names. Like, he named them all George and Georgina and all Georgette. Let the man go. Let him go. I'm not trying to have him get punched and chicken grease flies out of his damn brain from eating all that goddamn George Foreman grill shit.
Let's take a look at the official. We will get the official decision. Roy Jones Jr. still has his gloves on,
which isn't
Mike Tyson.
There isn't a guy. There isn't supposed to be a decision. There is no winners or losers, but somehow there is. This makes
There's
no
going to be
sense.
a winner to this fight. There's just not going to affect their standings.
This makes no sense. And if Roy Jones somehow wins this fight, quote unquote, I will not be pleased, because that would make no sense. It just would show.
Did they give the official decision?
They just went to lift Tyson's hand up, then went to lift Jones's hands up, and then kind of just walked away. Now they're on the commentators here.
Oh, fuck you. Fuck you, whoever decided that was a good idea.
Yeah, look at the look on Tyson's face. He is not pleased. He is not pleased. And I understandably so. He came out trying to make a fight, trying to recapture a certain level of what he once was. And if you watch the footage, he's there.
Who he is.
You see the look on his face. He's pissed.
Yeah. He is not happy with the way this all went down.
Would you be?
No.
Roy Jones Jr. clenched, took the money, and ran.
I don't blame him, but yeah. This has been an interesting night of boxing.
Who won? Everybody won.
Everybody won.
Ties are like kissing your sister, and I hate my sister.
Jim Gray now standing with both Mike Tyson and Roy Jones Jr. There was a belt to be presented. Where's the belt?
Yeah.
I hope Tyson just shoots on him and just punches Roy Jones with the padding.
No, man. No, I Tyson has every right to be pissed, but I would hate to see this turn into Tyson the animal, you know?
Fucking Malice at the Palace.
Yeah, if Tyson just talks about being displeased.
Nick Cook saying that fucking delivered. Shout out to John Bennett. Makes less sense than a football bat. It's one of Steve's classic lines.
Yep. Roy Jones still with his gloves on, hasn't taken them off, and I think it's because he knows Tyson is pissed, and at any point he might need to throw hands. He might need to throw hands. Yeah, Tyson is not pleased.
Georgios Radoskis Jones won. He left with both ears.
That's true. He did leave with both ears intact, so that might be a win. Yeah, ruled a draw for no reason at all. I didn't see that as a draw at all. I don't think Tyson. Look at him. Look at the posture of Tyson. The difference between the two. Look, he's stepping up. Oh, look at him. Look at him.
Mike Tyson is ready
to fight another 3 rounds. I cannot wait to watch this again. He is not happy. He's talking shit. He's ready to go. Shaking hands, but he's like, let's not mince words. I was fucking you up.
He ate that man's children.
Digested their hearts. And now Tyson, a little moment of levity, laughing a little bit more, trying to, maybe the adrenaline is finally coming down a little bit for him.
Let us know in the chat what you think, who you think won that fight. In terms of the People's Champion, I do believe Mike Tyson won that fight.
Mike Tyson.
Jesse Goss saying Matt Ryan, UFC, all caps. I don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, he's not a very good quarterback. The Falcons cut him. He goes to the UFC, and I think he'll be all right. Settle it in the parking lot, says Tony K. Like I said, it's going to be the beginning of Rocky 3. You want to ring the bell? Ding, ding. Or was that the end of Rocky 3?
That was the end of Rocky 3 into Rocky 4.
Into Rocky 4. Because, yeah, he trained him, and that was the benefit. Yeah. What kind of BS is this? Yeah, we agree. Yeah, Tyson's still just not happy right now, you know?
I want to see if what happened. The only thing I care about right now is to see if Mike Tyson throws a right hand. Right, and let's take a look at the judging by former WBC champions. Chad Dawson has it 76-76. Chrissy Martin has it 79-73 for Tyson. Vinny Pazienza has it 76-80 for Roy Jones Jr.
That makes no
Vinny
sense.
Pazienza, your credibility as a boxer and a boxing judge is out the window with your unmitigated bullshit judging. Go fuck yourself.
We get it, Frank Acosta. There's no winner in an exhibition, but there was to be a belt awarded. And when you score, yeah, there it is. Look at Tyson jumping up.
This
saying,
coming in from
I'm
my
fighting.
personal instant feedback. Jones said, I'm never satisfied with draws. I wear draws. I don't do draws.
Well, you just did a draw. What you do is hugs.
That man did a dance lesson. Like, if they were partners on Dancing with the Stars, Steve, they would have won a significant amount.
Two-stepping. Tyson talking all that shit right now. Half Irish
saying,
half Irish bastard saying, from the sound of it, I'm damn glad I didn't pay to watch this BS fight. You know what, man? Money well spent, I would say, just to see Tyson. Tyson was impressive for me.
Yeah.
Seeing him do that, it was like turning back the clock. Again, he wasn't he wasn't the Tyson of old, but there were flashes of that. There was definitely some explosion there. He was hitting him incredibly hard. So I would not be surprised if this isn't the last we see of Tyson.
Yeah, no, I agree. I'd like to see that again. I'd like to see Mike Tyson run it back.
Tyson
thanks, Cub fan
off.
123. Money well spent. Okay, guys, that's enough for me. We'd love to know your thoughts, guys, on the card and what you thought of the entire evening. Tom R is legitimately sad. Tony K waiting for Tyson to go into road rage. To be fair, Roy Jones always clenched a lot when he could not get his jab going, according to Jonathan Mills. Fair point, John. Fair point, John Mills. I think tonight was overall a very fun experience. Steve, I don't know your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, we got to call a Tyson fight in 2020. We got to see, Nate Robinson get slept by Jake Paul, and we saw, some young fighters as well. All in all, great experience, and I think my favorite part of this whole experience for my first time here, and hopefully not the last, is each and every one of you in the chat who has been so kind to me.
Mm-hmm. Michael James asking who won. Well, everybody won.
Yeah.
Society won. America won.
Yeah. Sportsmanship. You know who won? Wiz Khalifa, because he got more screen time than that fight.
Yeah, there was more of Wiz Khalifa than Mike Tyson tonight, and I really don't know how.
Jordan Howard, did Jake knock Nate out? Yes, he knocked him.
Yes.
Not only did he knock him out.
the fuck out.
Exactly. He knocked him the fuck out. I think he might still be wobbling.
Jake Paul on Twitter. I mean, what fighter with this big of a platform is calling out McGregor? It's going to happen. You will all see at Audi HR. I'll call you this week. Oh, please, Jesus. All I want for Christmas is for Conor McGregor to piece up Jake Paul. Please give me the douchebag Olympics. I want it. I want it.
Wait,
I'm asking.
They just watched it.
Fair enough.
It was us. That's the joke, guys.
All right, so here's the deal. I'm asking Tom Myers, Jesse Holland, and everybody at MMA Mania right now. For 2021, I want a freak fight show in Dothan, Alabama. Once COVID is over, let me promote a card in Dothan, Alabama. Live right here on Combat Culture for everybody to watch. The audience and myself will pick the card. Whether it's MMA or boxing, We'll decide upon that. We want this to be a thing. If you want this to happen, if you're watching this right now, whether across the Combat Culture Network, I want you right now to follow me on Twitter at MRyan Consulting. Follow Steve at Grapple Talker. Follow Steph, our moderator, at Steph Sotilli. Follow MMA Mania. And tweet the hashtag, We Want Freak Fights. Steve, do you want freak fights?
I want freak fights. I want them all. I want to see him big. I want to see him small. That was a rhyme, and that's about all.
Randy Fergo saying both boxing ring and octagon in the same arena.
One on top of the other. One on top of the other. In some sort of weird cage.
A lot of people from Alabama right now. Brad Smith, I remember when UFC was there back in the day.
Roll Tide.
Tony K saying, thanks, guys. Brought back the days of my illegal college cable hookup back in the 90s.
You love to see it.
We want the Boxtagon. You know what, Steve?
Boxtagon.
Someone just messaged me that. Fuck it. The Boxtagon.
Boxtagon.
It's an 8-sided ring. No cage. Just ropes.
Yep. With another one on top, the Frank Grimes version. We've got to put a bowling alley on top and a bowling alley underneath it.
I swear, look, I'm probably getting fired after the show.
Hey, you know what? You had a good run.
It's going to be Steve and Harry at this point.
You had a good run.
I want this to be my legacy. Matt Ryan's Freak Fight-a-Palooza 2021 in Dothan, Alabama.
Sponsored by what was the one during Lollapalooza? It was the Freak Show. Was it Jim something? I don't remember. You guys would know.
John Bennett saying it's an 8-sided ring that's a 4-sided box.
There you go.
Thank you, Carmella. But if you want this to happen, use the hashtag #WeWantFreakFights. Tag myself, MRyan Consulting. Tag at Grapple Talker and tag at MMA Mania.
Tag all of the tags. All of the things. Do all of the stuff.
I have run a wrestling show before. I will run a freak fight show. I don't care. I don't care. I'm around the bend at this point. Alex Silverman just texted me, a good friend of mine and Steve's. I'm not allowed back in Alabama, but I wish you luck.
Nice. Okay. It must have been that thing with the goat.
The Mountain versus Brock. Yes, Christy Martin versus Jake Paul. I'd pay for that fight to happen.
Better than Christy Hemme versus Jake Paul.
That is true. Thank you, Ann, for watching us tonight. Well, you know what, Steve? Let's get your thoughts on the entire card before we punch out for tonight.
I thought it was a pretty good card. It was very lopsided, a lot of these fights. With the Ortiz and Sagawa fight, Ortiz really just picked him apart, dictated the pace. Sagawa did not look like he had much gas in the tank. Ortiz cruised to a victory there. It was very one-sided there. Then we had the Badu Jack and Blake McKernan fight. McKernan was just beaten for 8 rounds. There was nothing there. At most points, he was in the single digits in punches landed. It was disheartening from start to finish. And then we had the Jake Paul, Nate Robinson fight, which was probably the most exciting fight of the night, but definitely the worst boxing match of the night. A lot of the height difference caused a lot of clinching, a lot of ducking underneath. I think Nate Robinson went for a takedown at one point, but he got taken down with a strong 3-piece and a biscuit from Jake Paul. And then as we just went over, Mike Tyson, Roy Jones Jr., for Tyson should not be disappointed with his performance. He should, and he's justifiably angry at the performance that Roy Jones Jr. gave. I was very disappointed with that particular piece, but being able to see Tyson in 2020 still moving fast, great head movement. His body shots looked like they had power. He looked like he lit up as the fight went on. Mark my words, this is not the last Tyson fight you will see. I think that this is only the beginning. Not being satisfied by that outcome is going to eat this man up, and he's going to continue on.
I wholeheartedly agree. I'd love to see Mike Tyson fight again in the Legends Only League, and especially if we get to call it, because this was a fun time tonight. David Speaker in the chat saying Tyson versus Couture, Liddell, or Ortiz. Why not Ramirez saying Matt Ryan versus Matt Ryan of the Falcons? Hey, if the money's there, I'll fucking do it. I don't care. But I think tonight, Steve, was a very fun night at the office for both of us.
Not bad, I must say. It was mostly because, Harry wasn't here. I'm going to blame Harry. Harry, I love you, but, that's it. You're done. The people have voted. It's me all the way. You're replaced. I mean, I thought it would be by Olive the Wonder Dog, but, she costs too much. Her booking
Nick
fees.
Cook saying, fucking incredible to hear. Tyson lands another shot. People want us to call the Smith versus Clark fight. Is that fight even happening right now? I thought that card was going.
Yeah.
Matt Sharp saying, I'd fight Matt Ryan for $50 for the Thick Boys belt. Get a belt made, fam. Let's fucking roll.
We'll put it on TV.
Look, right now, I'll say, if we get enough people to say it, we will do it. I will make sure it happens.
Under the freak fights.
Darian Miller asking, you guys are the best. Was it worth the pay-per-view cost in your opinion?
For me, I think it was. If anything, if you were looking for this to be a rousing boxing display, you'll be disappointed. But if you went into this with tempered expectations, looking to see a Mike Tyson fight, then I think it was worth it just to see Tyson. But then again, I'm coming from this from a completely different angle as far as I'm just glad for Mike and for Roy to be able to do what they love again at a high level with the eyes of the world on them.
And get paid millions and
millions of dollars. Tyson, cut me a check, boy. It just even drop some money out of your pockets. Like on Monday Night Raw, I'll take the pocket money.
People are asking me and you to call the fucking the fight right now. Jonathan Ron Cohen saying, I think we need to move to the Nuggets and Whiskey Talk.
Nuggets and Whiskey Talk?
I don't know what nuggets are.
I'm about to go get me some nuggets. Your boy is hungry.
Yes, I would like some chicken nuggets. SM Punk saying Tanya Harding versus Tyson. All right. All right. So here's what I'll say. I've got ESPN Plus loaded up on my machine. Steve, if you hang out with me, I'll call this fight right now.
What fight? I thought there were no more fights.
There's a UFC card going on right now, apparently.
You guys, I'm gonna read War and Peace here. I'm trying to look.
All right. Here's what Jesse Goss saying, "Fuck off, flat hat."
Fuck off, flat hat. I'm trying to get some food.
Someone saying that it sucks that we don't have a Don King puppet for tonight.
A Don King puppet, only in America. Only in America. Well, actually, I mean, it's probably made in China.
Jesse Goss just donated $5 to the cause, so I feel like we gotta at least do that. I'll call the fight, Steve. You just hang out and you be funny. How about that? Because you're in control of the feed. All right. How about this? I'm gonna get my dog.
Yes, I will. Here's what's gonna happen. Because I'm gonna get food. I'm gonna leave this feed up. I'm gonna go away. Then you guys are going to text me when it's over, and then I'll cut the feed because I'm going to get some food. That's what's about to happen.
How about you say hello to Olive first?
Hello, Olive, who does not look very pleased to be on camera right now.
It's our first time on camera ever.
Nice. All right. So you just message me when it's all said and done, and I will kill the stream because I need to eat.
I will text you.
All right. I love you. I love
you
each
too,
and every
buddy.
one of you watching. Thank you for the opportunity. Shout out to Steph Sotilli for running the program tonight. And Harry Tajanian, if you're listening, if you're watching, you owe me $50.
Well, Anthony Smith is making his walk to the octagon. Hello, everyone. I'm Matt Ryan calling a fight by myself, which is weird as shit. But we'll be calling one more fight for you here tonight because it is 12:47 a.m. on the Eastern Standard Time Zone. And Anthony Smith is making his walk to the octagon. Why not Ramirez asking, where is the Dan A. White puppet? I wonder where he is. Why not Ramirez saying later. We'll be calling this last fight for you. Let us know in the chat if you want me to keep going. I will call this last fight by myself. Smith is walking out to the octagon. I have the fight up on my television screen. I'll be calling this fight for you by myself, solo dolo, because, well, Steve is making food, and we've been calling this shit for 4 hours now. So it's time for Steve to take a break. Jesse Goss saying, my wife loves your pooch, by the way. Well, you can follow Olive on Instagram at Olive the Fat Baby. So follow Olive. Roger C saying, thank you for being funny as fuck. Well, we appreciate that. And our moderator, Stephanie Sotilli, I want to thank her again for being awesome here tonight. And it's been a weird night, folks, but it's going to get even weirder. I am Matt Ryan. I am the usual host for Combat Culture for all the live streams. We're giving you a little extra coverage because the people demanded it. And if you want freak fights in 2021, hashtag we want freak fights and tag MMA Mania, tag Vox, tag SB Nation, tag your mom. As Anthony Smith finished 30 of his 33 wins, 18 knockouts, 12 submissions, tied for the second most UFC light heavyweight finishes since 2018, 17 first-round finishes. Let's see how this fight and how this ends here tonight on a weird-ass night. Okay. Olive, are you ready for tonight's fight? Olive will be joining me for the fight card. In our main event of the evening, it's Anthony Smith in action in a fight that should not have necessarily been the main event, but was canceled yesterday. It was supposed to be Curtis Blades and Derek Lewis, but it is now Devin Clark versus Anthony Smith. And I'm back, everybody, as Olive decided to segue away. Smith holds the height advantage at 6'4" and the reach advantage at 76 inches. And you get a little pupper bonus clip. And shout out to Emily Powers from Sinclairville, New York, joining us tonight. And Roger C seeing me pull up my sweatpants. Thanks, Roger. Shout out to Sherry J, best commentary ever. Thank you so much. Well, we try to aim to please here at Combat Culture. Ocean Chief saying Bob Sapp versus Nogueira 2. Make it happen. We'll see what we can do. See how we can make this go here. We are in the UFC Apex in Las Vegas, Nevada. Shout out to Ocean Chief from Belfast, Northern Ireland. DeMonte Brooks in Vegas here tonight. Edward Richardson saying, knock one back for Cuz the motto tonight. Salute, Cuz. Thank you, brother. Jocelyn watching from Sacramento, California. Devin Clark being introduced. He's a plus 115 underdog for tonight's main event fight. Let us know in the chat what your predictions are for the UFC main event. We were lucky enough to capture this across both the combat culture and fighting MMA Mania and Bloody Elbow networks. Minus 135 favorite for Anthony Smith. Shout out to Why Not Ramirez from Richmond, California via Atlanta, Georgia. Oh, Wario watching us from Greeley, Colorado. Mr. Jones watching from Seattle, Washington. Toker going with Anthony Smith for the win here tonight. Jesse Gross has a random question. I don't know how random of a question it is when you're in a chat room, but go ahead. Have I met any of the Impractical Jokers? Yes, I actually celebrated the 4th of July in 2019 with Sal Volcano. Very nice man. I like Sal. Adrian Wilkins watching us from Kruger National Park in South Africa. Shout out to Roger in Green Acres, Washington. And shout out to Archie in the Philippines joining us here tonight. And we begin round 1. Head kick attempt by Clark. Feigning the overhand left was Smith. And Clark gets Smith against the octagon early, 10 seconds in. Smith changes position and gets the takedown against Clark. Just about 19 seconds gone by. Left hands by Clark. In your light heavyweight main event, a 5-round fight. 5 5-minute rounds, and Clark being dragged against the octagon by Smith, who is trying to go for what looks like a bulldog choke as Smith is in side guard. Clark looking to maintain control. Look at it, watching this from England. It's drunk at 5:52 in the morning. And a Kimura attempt from Clark. Not pulling, but now controlling the back is Smith with 4:04 left to go in round number 1 of 5 in the UFC light heavyweight division. Clark kicking the thighs of Smith, who's attempting side control with 3:46 left to go in the round. 3:39 left to go, still in side control. Clark trying to maintain position here, trying to posture up and transition to a standing position. Now in top position, trying to get into a mount, and he has it. But Smith holding Clark in position with 3:20 left to go in round number 1. Smith trying to probably pull for a guillotine, was not able to get it. Now interlocks the legs around the back of Clark. Clark in top position, trying to posture up or trying to put himself in a position to win the round here, or maybe try to finish the fight early. Elbows from the bottom by Smith. Nothing landing there. It's prodigious enough to transition the fight. Clark in top position, and now a triangle attempt by Smith. Smith trying to land a triangle choke early in round number 1. Cannot lock it. Has the legs interlocked around the neck of Clark, trying to squeeze away. But Clark punching away at the face of Smith. But Clark in trouble here. And that's it. With 2:26 left to go in round number 1, Anthony Smith puts him back in the win column as this one is all over in round number 1. Anthony Smith with the submission victory inside the UFC Apex. An easy night at the office for Anthony Smith. And we end our evening of fights with a definitive finish as Clark was setting up his own fait accompli with that takedown attempt. Smith getting him down. We're looking at the replay here. Anthony Smith getting it, building up to that submission, just building up to a triangle and getting into the submission, getting the submission victory, getting the win, and getting an easy night at the office to try to build himself higher in the UFC light heavyweight division. And on that note, we are done here from the Fallout Shelter of Combat Sports Yelling. I'd like to thank Stephen James for being my co-host this evening for all but this one fight. I'm glad he got food, and I'm very thankful for his friendship, professionalism, and talent. I'd love to thank Steph Sotilli for her ability to be a moderator here tonight and being a great part of what we've been able to do across the board through 2020 on Combat Culture. Couldn't do this without Steph. Couldn't do this without Olive. Olive, I love you so much, you fat baby. Harry couldn't be here tonight, but UFC 256 is right around the corner, and we'll have more information on that on the Combat Culture Network in the next few days and weeks. We'll be here with you next time for UFC 256. I want to thank Jesse Holland. I want to thank Tom Myers. I want to thank Nate. And I want to thank everybody at Combat Culture. Sorry for the little kerfuffle at the start of the evening, but we have had a kick-ass night of fights and a kick-ass evening of talking to all of you across the social media spectrum, especially our fans and friends at Combat Culture. Toker88 said Stephen James did great. Thanks, Matt. Ocean Chief, thanks for calling the fights. Highlight of the night was the dog. Obviously, that is always true. But thank you to everybody. Yudza own. Yep, that Stephen James guy was cool. We'll have Steve back. Don't worry. Steve will be back. And we want to thank you all for joining us here tonight. Until next time, until UFC 256, I'm Matt Ryan for Stephen James, for Stephanie Sotilli, for everybody at Combat Culture, and especially for Olive. We'll see you next time. So long from the Garden.